Start streaming. Okay. Let's take a minute. Wait for things to start working for sure. Gotta double check, make sure everything's working. Is everything working? Let's see. Okay, that worked. And there we go. We're seeing it now. All right, excellent, fantastic. All right, so as the title says, we're just chatting today. We're chilling and chatting out, mostly because 4 hours nonstop yapping after being basically completely mute for years renders my throat a little sore. So instead of pushing it to the point where I'm actually getting horrific damage done to my voice and I lose it, I'd rather just wait. We'll react to some videos. I can watch them, and we don't have to worry too much about these other things going down. All right, now that I'm actually thinking about this, I totally screwed up because this is maximized. So let me see if I can resize this. I think it resizes the window. I'm not sure. It does. That's unfortunate. That's okay, though. We can just resize the window. There we go. No big deal. That works. Not ideal, but it's okay. That way I can watch it and look at the chat, which is what we're trying to do. All right, this is Legal Mindset, and I made a video about this beforehand on Ironmouse, her VTuber, VShojo company, what was going on with this. I'm curious about the current state of this, so I did want to watch this.
Mouse and her lawyer cook, and we're going to talk about that today on The Legal Mindset, where we teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a fast facts video giving you the quick and dirty, the latest in legal news. In this case, VTuber news related to VShojo and Ironmouse. And in this video, which we're going to review today, will take a little bit longer than a normal fast facts, but still be pretty brief.
I was going to say, yeah, this is not really fast. No shade to Legal Mindset. I like his stuff, but the intros are a little
go over exactly what I
much
said,
for me.
which is give everyone time. And Ironmouse perhaps needs the most time of all, considering she is at the center of this. She's got things to deal with like NDAs, potential labor law litigation, civil litigation, even getting involved in criminal investigations related to the charity side of this. So
I am interested to see if they actually do pursue criminal charges for this, because I mean, stealing from charity does seem like it would be a very easily prosecutable crime, straight up crime. But I will also say that they could probably easily dodge that. I mean, again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know for sure. But it does seem like they could dodge it by basically just going, yeah, we tried. We did our best. We had, this stuff earmarked for the charity, but we had so much debt. We had so many problems. We couldn't make payroll. We couldn't do this, that, or the other, that unfortunately, we just couldn't make our obligation. We tried, and that kind of takes them out of the running for, like real legitimate criminal stuff. I don't know if that's true, though.
As every creator deserves patience, deserves trust, and
Flash,
deserves your time and respect and space.
What's going on?
Ironmouse, perhaps most of all, is in the very, very frustrating position of being at the head of this, but perhaps being able to say the very least. So without taking any
that is true
time here.
That is this funny thing about doing all of these legal proceedings in public, is that you can't say anything about them, because you just you lose all ability to prosecute your case because you give away your strategy. Hello, how's it going? So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess they have to do this, and they're probably already more or less, their case is pretty much already laid out. and they're just saying this stuff now because now, this stuff's going to be in the public domain as far as like, these are public records because
Let's
they're
turn to
court
the mouse
cases.
herself and see what she
I
had to
don't know
say in
though.
this stream where she was reacting to the Vebe tweet and
Okay,
also
perfectly.
talking
We're
about
getting the reaction of Inception.
kind of the situation.
I love it.
Let's let her take it from here.
I hope she reacts to somebody
I'm
too.
taking my time with reconnecting
Mouse,
with
I
people.
think that every streamer that
Oh, thank you very much. I'm taking it very slow with getting to talk to people again.
bumping this chat message.
How are you, my friend?
Silence, TTS.
We're all friends, buddy.
I paused TTS.
I'm good.
Uh,
How are you?
yeah, thank you. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for wanting me to talk to people, and I appreciate the fact that you guys just want us to all heal and reconnect and stuff. I'm gonna be taking my time with things, but please do not pressure me to do anything. But don't worry. I am working on things, and I'm doing things at my own pace.
So one thing you guys got to realize when she's saying here is working on her own pace is that it's not just working on her own pace, but it's also what can she say even to other people.
Yeah.
So this is another thing too,
For
with, like,
sure.
reconnecting with people and working with people. If there's any litigation component to that, if there's anything that could be a potential, NDA breach or disclosure breach, she's got to be very careful as well. So there's a lot of things she's got to take her time.
That is
She's gotta
true. I
trust
wasn't
her.
even thinking about the NDA stuff. I mean, she is part of a corporation and these types of things. So, I mean, you have to figure they're always going to be trying to, CYA, baby, cover your ass. They're really going to be attempting to make sure that people can't, talk out about this stuff, which I suppose is probably why, the VShojo stuff didn't come out when it, these types of things are so ridiculous and so egregious that they have to be part of a systemic issue. And therefore, you've got to imagine that every single talent in there had some horror story. It was just like not to the degree that they could like break their contract, or they didn't want to go through the hassle of doing it. And Iron Mouse basically just, blows it open, and then they go, okay, finally, we've got the thing that can get us out. We want to be out of here. We want to be telling our stories, but we can't because we've got NDAs and, we could get sued for this stuff. If the company goes bankrupt, I wonder if those NDAs like go away, because the company's no longer there. The company, dissolves. So there's no longer a binding contract because one of the contractees doesn't exist anymore. I do wonder about that. Flash is fine. Thanks. Yeah.
Lawyer, and she's got to do it at her own speed. So you guys have to understand that, like, while the sentiment is great, you have to let them do it when they can do it and not rush. Legal process does not happen overnight.
No.
Even if you're reaching a settlement, it's not something you reach in the blink of an eye. It's not something you get right away. It's something that takes time. So you have to understand that while you might want, in a perfect world, you have, a million collaborations and you'd all get together and chit chat about things. There's certain things you got to be careful about, particularly as it relates to legal strategy. So I'll let this play here.
Things at my own pace. It's a lot. I think just like everything that's been going on, processing everything has been extremely difficult. And it's tough. It's tough. It's tough, not just for me. It's tough for.
Oh, can you hear everything? I do want to. I keep trying to pull people on the audio. It sounds fine when I listen back to it, but I have no idea what it sounds like to you.
Everybody involved.
So if the audio is bad, I should just put a little thing in the description for that.
Give people time.
Do
But
let me know about that.
I did read Vay's tweet, and that was
Woo! Wallet
Holy
text.
Jesus.
I mean, I completely agree with this one. This tweet was a freaking bombshell.
Yep.
And when I saw this tweet, and I've reacted to this when you guys can, hear me talking about that on previous streams. Wow. And I am pretty sure that she consulted with a lawyer before dropping that, because I mean, this was an absolute bombshell. And this was just, yeah, that was my instant reaction to seeing this. And I'm sure most of you who read that had the same instant reaction.
Holy Jesus. Man. Yeah, she popped off Like, man, that she has balls. She's a Giga Chad. Like,
Something.
no joke.
Indeed.
Yeah, you could tell she was waiting to say something for a while, and I'm
Say.
glad that she got to say what she had to say.
Yeah.
I'm really glad she got to say what she wanted to say. I feel like there are just so many people that just wanted to say stuff, but so many people were trapped behind NDAs and stuff, trapped behind crazy paperwork.
Yeah, and mostly the crazy paperwork are the crazy NDAs. And NDAs can be different. They can be different for each person. But
Okay.
the from what we know and what we've been disclosed, these NDAs are ridiculous. These NDAs are sometimes way beyond what they should be asking to keep confidential or keep hidden.
Interesting.
So because
I wonder if there's a limit that they could put on that. Like, do you think that there's a limit that they can put on NDAs where they could actually just be like, no, like, you can't say anything about the company at all? Or if there's like some limitations where it's just like, no, like, you have some degree of freedom of speech. There's always, I mean, obviously, if there's like crimes going on, you can always, disclose that type of stuff. Like, an NDA is not gonna, as far as I know, I don't think an NDA, insulates you from that. You can easily, can always be like, you can be like a whistleblower. But I do wonder otherwise, like, outside of those things, if there are any limitations in practice.
because of that, people have been very, very afraid to talk about it. And even with the company defunct, even with the company out of money,
Yeah.
it still is a situation where they're thinking, okay, wait, can we really do this? Because even in this position, is Gun Run going to come out here and use his personal funds to try to defend these? Like, what's going to go on? So people are still gun shy about it. And Bebe, hopefully in consultation with a lawyer, got to the point where she said, you know what, I'm willing to put this out here. I'm willing to take this shot, which is commendable. But once again, understand that not everybody is in the same position. So while Bebe may be in a position to do that, or she may be advised to have done that, not every talent is in the same position to do that. So just because one can do it does not mean all of them can do it at the same time.
And could not speak.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
A lot of I'm trying to dance around things to not like outright say stuff, because unfortunately I am as much as I would like to say everything, I can't, because I'm in the middle of like I have a lawyer and I'm in the middle of like a legal thing going on.
A legal thing going on. A legal thing going on. Excuse me. There's probably a lot of legal things going on right now with Iron Mouse. So yes, she cannot say anything about this. And please do not push her. Let her lawyer cook. Let her lawyer get the goods. Because at the end of this, the payoff will be worth it. She eventually will be able to say so much more, perhaps everything. Perhaps she's going to be able to tell the whole story. It's possible there could be certain things that if there's a settlement, etc., that aren't talked about.
That seems most
it's
likely.
Very likely she's able to tell.
That does seem most likely. That, I mean, most companies want to settle. You don't want a big, giant, long, drawn out civil court, case and these types of things, and then potentially there's some, criminal cases going on. I mean, I don't know if they can resolve that by simply just, dissolving the company. I would imagine not, but I would imagine this stuff's going to get settled, just because, I mean, that's how most of these things happen.
A pretty complete story by the end of this saga.
But I do wonder
So
about
I
that.
can't
Yeah.
really be as
How much we're gonna
outspoken as
know.
everybody else, which is killing me, which pains me a lot, because I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say, and there have been things that I have seen. I have seen some things. I've seen some things. One particular thing that is frustrating the out of me that I really want to talk about, but I can't. And it's like I'm trying to like word this in a way where it's just like a way so that my lawyer doesn't get mad at me.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Does it involve the talent? I will say there are some staff members that were amazing. There are some
Of course,
staff
as
members
always.
that were wonderful.
Yeah.
And that
This is a huge hint right now. If there's some that are wonderful, what are the others? Hint, hint.
Yeah.
tried their best.
Gotta be.
They tried their best. There were some staff members that truly had the feelings and thoughts of the talent in their hearts,
Mm-hmm.
and truly
Oh.
wanted to fix things and make things work.
So
and
good.
And I mean, the funny thing is, again, I mean, I keep coming back to this, which is like VShojo is a company that only exists because of talents. You know, it's the same thing with like Gargura in whatever Hololive, I want to say. I don't follow any of these VTubers, by the way. I've always, I mean, I guess I follow some of them, but it's just so crazy to think that all of these companies treat their talents so poorly, and it's like, dude, you exist only because these talents are popular. That's it. That's your entire business model. Your entire business model is keep these people happy because all of them, especially like I mean, like everyone in Hololive and these things, they could easily just blip off, go somewhere else, be independent, keep all their money, and do perfectly fine. Like, you only exist to keep these people happy, and then you're like ruining their lives 9 times out of 10. It's like, give them more money. If they want more money, give them more money. If they want support, give them support. That's it. That's your only job. So I can't imagine that these people that are like, oh, some people are good there. Okay, I imagine they're probably just, inherently nice people, but it's also possible that they actually have like the business model in their head and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, we have to keep her happy because she's the only reason we have a job." I think people are in general relatively self-interested and intelligent enough to realize, yeah, keep the talent happy or else I don't eat today.
some that did not
Oh,
understand the full picture of what was going on,
hilarious.
because unfortunately, there were a lot of people that were being misled and misinformation being
Mhm.
relayed. One of, I will just say that the biggest thing that, if I could say one thing that was the biggest problem, it would be communication, because there was
I think that's fair to say, and I think she can say that without too much
Yeah.
giving away too much. But you got to be very careful, because you can't say names, you can't absolve people yet, you can't call people out and say this specific person is great and this specific person is not, because
Okay.
we don't know yet. There's more investigation that might go in.
I guess
Maybe
that's
some
true.
of the people,
I guess
as
they
we've
do need to do
seen, we
that.
saw certain tweets out, by people that were involved at the executive level, right? The extent they say, oh, bro, this is Gunrun's fault. It's all Gunrun's fault. Hold on a second, buddy. You're copied on the memo, right? You're copied on the memo. So there's
Ooh.
going to be people that have said, oh, no, it's not me, not it. And after some investigation, it might turn out that it indeed was them and they indeed had a problem, despite them saying, oh, no, it wasn't me. So we
right.
don't know yet, but I do believe in her entirely. I do believe Mouse entirely that some people were amazing. Of course, you work at any company,
Usually.
even the most evil corporation
Yeah.
can have nice people. They can have a great, nice, kind secretary, right? They can have a great mailroom clerk. They can have certain people.
I'm sure. I mean, if anyone here has worked in a crappy company, I certainly have. Yeah, there's always going to be good people there. There's always going to be good people, and there's always going to be people that suck, and that's why you quit. That's why you leave. And unfortunately, if you're in a bad company, it tends to be bad because the crappy people rise. The people that are like, I mean, sometimes this is not their fault. Sometimes it's like, okay, if you're in like I don't know, let's call it like a medical device company or something like that. Okay, you've got people that are making medical devices, right? Like you've got engineers and stuff, and they're good engineers, and they do a really great job here. Seems strange when you look at the screen and see the chat. No one is writing anything. This often makes me a little sad, even though your channel looks great. Thanks, I appreciate it. I've been doing it for a minute, but this is like my third stream in like really actually trying to do it. So I appreciate it. But yeah, so back to what I was saying. There's always going to be people that are like good at their job. They're going to be like good engineers and these types of things, but would be terrible managers. And unfortunately, you can only get promoted from like a technical position or something like that so far until you get capped out. And you go, okay, well, if you want to get promoted and make more money, now you have to be a manager. And sometimes you can be a manager of like an engineering department and still do like a good job, even though you're not really an engineer anymore. You're a manager. But you kind of understand what needs to be done for the engineering department to, function well. So maybe you can do a good job. But a lot of times, you get people promoted that are like, you know, kind of just good at being politically savvy, and they get pushed up the line. And that happens so often in companies. And unfortunately, that's what kills a lot of companies. I can't imagine that's not the case. I've got to imagine V Shoujo, because it does seem like a lot of these sort of like agency type things, they are like really, really all super like politically nepotistic and these types of things. Like, oh, this is my friend. I'm going to get him promoted. I'm going to get her promoted. I'm going to push this person. I'm going to do this thing. Oh man, I don't like this person. This person, sets the thermometer too high, too low. I'm going to sabotage their entire lives. And then you get these just like, bad people rising to the top, and then they're making policy that they don't know how to do. And they're, of course, super defensive about the fact that they're not good at their job. Ugh.
Even certain executives that are great people, and there can be people that are absolutely horrible and people that cause massive liability for the company.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
And it was almost as if like communication was frowned upon, allegedly. In Minecraft. You know how
You
sometimes
should be very careful. The Minecraft defense does not always work, Mounts. You gotta be careful with Minecraft.
you're at a party and like you want to talk to your friends, but then someone at the party is like, hey, you shouldn't tell your friends these things. So like don't talk to your friends about this. And you're at that Minecraft party allegedly.
Right.
This is sounding like a pretty interesting Minecraft party. Was that Minecraft party held in San Francisco, California? Perhaps was the headquarters there?
I hate those types of parties. You know what I mean? Anyway. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I'm really trying, y'all. Anyway, I am well aware. Like, it sucks. It sucks because it's like I see people like commenting on everything and like making videos and like talking about stuff. But it's like there's just so much that people just don't understand.
Yep.
And I can't talk about it
Yep.
fully. And I'm like, I can't really like.
Yep.
I shouldn't really like talk about what I want to talk about because I can't give full context. So it's like.
And that is, again, I mean, like, I suppose she wants to do this, but I've seen some other people who are like, what are they called? I think it was like Popcorn Planet or something. Like one of the guys who did, I literally forget what the heck it was called. It was like Smosh News or something like that, where he got like Me Too'd. He was like the first or second guy to get there. And then he like went radio silent for like 2 years after, and he got like fired. He got, kicked out immediately. And it turns out that, his whole 2 years of radio silence was because there was a straight up court case going on the entire time, and he then resurfaces after the judgment is finished, and then he can put forward the receipts and go, hey, yeah, see, here's the case. It wasn't actually the thing. And I got to imagine he did all that because his lawyer said, shut up, say nothing to anyone ever at any point in time. And if you can't trust yourself not to toe the line, then get rid of your Twitter, get rid of your YouTube, get rid of all social media, say nothing to anyone in any public, discourse whatsoever, because it's going to get back to the judge. The judge is going to penalize you, or, the people, adversarial to you are going to understand your strategy and then prepare accordingly, and maybe you lose this case. So yeah. I mean, I'm sure she's consulting with a lawyer, but I mean, I would probably be even more circumspect where I'm like, I can say that there is a court case happening. I can say nothing else against V Shoujo for against any which way whatsoever, because I'm going to put my foot in my mouth at some point in time and it's going to be bad.
Like, You know, my lawyer's sweating. My lawyer's sweating. No.
Bad stuff.
Legal mindset understands. Does he?
There we go. Yes, yes, we get it. We get it on legal mindset. I get it. You guys get it. We all know that she's got to wait, and we know what's going on there. Now, we don't know, right? We don't know the details. The only people that know the details are Iron Mouse and her lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm telling you right now, and take this to the bank, is she is looking at a multitude of things, right? She's got to look at the NDAs. She's got to look at the civil claim. She's got to look at the charity fraud issues, right? We've got to look at if there's going to be any criminal prosecution. So you've got all these considerations, and she's got to do that with her lawyer.
Yeah,
and
her lawyers have to look
and
at
her
that.
lawyer are the only ones that know the full picture, and you have to let them and give them time to work this out. And then once they work it out, then we're going to be able to talk about it publicly. But got to calm down.
Does he understand?
I got you.
Yeah, it's like as much as I want to say we are free now, we're all free, we're indie, we're free, we're free, we're free.
Not yet.
I think the other girls are more free than me because I, you know, I'm the one that put out the video and the one that like started stuff.
Yes. So if anything comes back, so in terms of counterclaims, right? So let's say, you know, they're going to try to counter against her, right? Or, you know, go after her for the initial breach. So saying, hey, look, we could go after everybody. We're going to counter against Mouse. We're going to do some sort of counterclaim against her because of, you know, the breach of NDA, et cetera, you know, blah, blah, blah. The pressure is on her, both in terms of, you know, attacking and even potentially defending or having to defend against, you know, any sort of counters they might throw at her. So yes, most of the pressure is on her. And certainly because of the root of the charity funds and because the charity funds were coming from her.
Yeah.
That's something that specifically relates to her and not necessarily every other streamer. And because that is high on her consideration list and getting the money to the IDF, which by the way, Immune Deficiency Foundation, right? That is extremely important for her. So she has to take those considerations above and beyond the considerations of the other creators. And that's something that is a little bit unique to Iron Mouse.
That is true. I do wonder if those other people might be shooting themselves in the foot by saying stuff now. Because I mean, I would imagine they do still have their NDAs, and you know, maybe they want to get out of them too, and they're going to need their own lawyers and these types of things. So, I mean, I don't know.
So I'm not as free as everybody else, and I'm not as free as I'd like to be. I think the only person who understands is my lawyer.
100% agree with this. The only person who you got to trust is your own personal lawyer. And I'm not her lawyer. I don't represent Iron Mouse, which is why I can talk more freely about these things. Because once again, if you have attorney-client privilege, you have to keep this stuff secret. You can't talk about it, and you couldn't do anything to ruin her trial strategy. And I would, of course, never do that. Even if I had information, I would never do that to harm any sort of talent.
Of course.
But that's something they need to keep secret because you don't want to give away the moves. If they've got certain moves they're going to make or certain things they're going to play or certain actions they're going to take, they need to keep those close to the vest in their personal legal strategy, and she needs to tell absolutely no one other than her lawyer.
But you know, we'll get there in time. I think in time we will. My concern, my main concern is that there's just gonna be stuff that I can't talk about, and I stress to my lawyer that like my biggest thing is wanting to just talk about stuff, which is important to me. And the charity. Number 1 was charity. Number 2 were the girls in Kuro. And number 3 was to talk about stuff.
And so she'll get all those things. So those priorities will be met. So she will eventually be able to satisfy, you know, helping the others, right? That'll definitely happen at some point, right?
Unless I'm mistaken, that's probably already happened, you know, because I mean, the company's kind of dissolved, so they're outside of this stuff already. I would imagine that does mean that they're kind of already freed up, as evidenced by the fact that they're, making tweets and stuff.
Be helping the charity. That's going to happen at another point, and being able to talk about it. That's eventually going to happen. Right. And then, of course, which she leaves because, Mouse is pretty selfless in this herself at the end here, saying, hey, also there's me and the fact I haven't been paid for a while. That's the thing out there too. Right. But she'll get to those things. She will get to all those things in time.
Oh yeah. Always myself, always last. It's just who I am, honestly. It's like I said,
and that's why everybody absolutely loves her. So, guys, once again, let Mouse and her lawyer cook. Give them the time and patience to be able to go through this process properly. The legal battle is not won in a day or an hour. It is something that takes time. It's something that moves slowly. But we all know, in the end, Mouse and her lawyer, with the assistance of her lawyer, are going to prevail in this one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Yeah, I love that Johnny Somali guy. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I will have to say, the unfortunate part about the, Mouse always putting herself last is the fact that that's probably true of most of these VTubers. And that's why this company was allowed to sort of take advantage of them for as long as they did, was that they put themselves last. I'm going to want to do stuff. And I mean, not to toot my own horn here, but I do the same thing. Anytime that I've had a go to job, work, career type thing, if somebody asked me to do something, I did it. Even if it was not part of my job description, I assumed that I would only be asked to do things that were within my job description. And it would only be after the fact that, I talked to my boss and was like, oh yeah, I was, over there doing this thing for, this person. That's not your job. You don't need to do that. You could tell him to go pound sand. And I'm like, really? And I was like, well, okay, maybe don't say that, but definitely call me up first and I'll tell him to pound sand, because you got other stuff to do. And we definitely did have other stuff to do. But, that unfortunately does put you in this position where if the company is kind of, predatory, if they're trying to get everything out of you that they can, well, then they're going to be able to, if you don't, have yourself looking out for number one, which is unfortunate. Alrighty, let's see. Now is a somewhat palate cleanser. That was a very legal specific video where it had a lot of nuance and these types of things. I'm glad we watched it because I am curious about the whole VShojo saga. Just for pure drama reasons, we're all nosy human beings and we want to find out about the, tea when it gets spilled. This next one is from Side Scrollers, which I do like. Blabs has one weakness, and we triggered it. It's hilarious how much stuff they put this girl through.
Throughout the week as well.
I'd have to check.
I saw this. Look, we produce content on the channel all the time. We try to really think things through and produce really good stuff for you guys. We have a big announcement coming.
As evidenced, I do not do that.
Coming up in August, we have a new event we're going to be doing. We'll tell you guys more about that at the end of August. Looking to share. Very excited about that.
Hoping to change that.
But I do have to tip the cap when I see something that I enjoy, I thought was really funny and created some really good viral and exciting content for their audience. And that goes to the folks over at Barstool Sports. Now, they are a giant crew of people over there. This is the place owned by Dave Portnoy.
There you go.
And the other day, they did a crazy stunt where it was called the 99-99-9 challenge.
Whoa.
The idea being, over a 9-inning baseball game, a group of people had to eat 99 hot dogs and drink 99 beers in 9 innings.
I mean, how many people? If it's at least, I was going to say at least 10 people, you figure, okay, that's like 10 hot dogs and 10 beers. 9 innings is potentially a long time. 9 innings can be very short. 9 innings can be like all day. So over an all day period, a super long baseball game, okay, eating 10 hot dogs, that's nothing. That's fine. That's totally reasonable. 10 beers, depending on how heavy of a drinker you are, that's, you're going to be annihilated, head in the toilet, or, you're not even going to feel it. It's going to be nothing. If there's at least 10 people, I'm going to be a little bit okay with it. If it's anything less than that, I'm like, any less than 9 people, oh, dude, any less than 9 people, I'm going to be like, you're trying to end somebody's existence.
So Blabs,
That's rough.
That is disgusting. Wait, how many people are
Yeah,
involved in
That's
this?
the
There
key.
were quite a few folks. Let's
That
see,
is
1, 2, 3,
disgusting.
4, 5, 6,
No,
7,
that's
8,
okay, that's
9,
better.
10, 11, 12, 13. There's so 13 people associated. with
Okay,
it.
okay.
Now,
See,
one of those people was
relatively
Joey
okay.
Chestnut. Do you guys know who
You still
Joey
have
Chestnut
to
is?
eat like 7.6 hot dogs
That's fine.
each to get 99 hot dogs?
yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I don't
Lot of
like
hot
that.
dogs.
That's
It's
Lot
okay,
of hot
it's
dogs,
okay, it's
lot of
okay.
beers.
Again, depending on how long the baseball game is, okay? And I think you can tell, I think the Barstool sports people, I couldn't tell you, but I think you can generally tell going in, okay, this is going to be a really short game. These two are completely blown out. We've got, a match with like the New York Yankees with pick crappy team. And therefore, the Yankees are just going to blow them out completely immediately. And 9 innings are going to go through in like an hour and a half. Or you can have two super incredibly evenly matched, terrible people that are, going to be missing every catch out there. And therefore, they're never going to get 3 outs and they're never going to be, moving innings. And therefore, it's going to be an all day event. Again, all day event, 6 hot dogs. I mean, I figured like 2 hot dogs is a meal, right? 2 hot dogs is like a meal for a normal person. That's 3 meals. That's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's not too crazy. And then 6 beers. Again, how big are the beers? You do have to ask that. That's another question. Are they, like sippy cup, baseball stadium? Or are they like full pints? That's another question you have to ask. I don't think this is too crazy. So far.
So Joey
so far.
Chestnut, though, is the world hot dog eating champion.
Oh
and
my
he was
God.
there. But the rule was he can't eat any hot dogs. So they did a live stream of this, and I loved the idea of this. This was them. You can see here in the 7th inning, Joey Chestnut says, "This goes against all my rules. This is the downfall of America." As you can see, the trash bags here.
Oh, don't play this. Please do not play this.
Oh.
Do not film people
No,
show.
no.
Do it.
No.
I'm
Dead
Do it,
serious.
Craig.
Side-scrollers.
No.
Come on. There you go. Yes.
I can't. That's so fucking gross.
Can I come back
Okay.
yet? don't. No, come on, Craig. I will throw up. Please don't.
Aw. Do it. Come on.
I'm not looking.
Good freeze frame too. Oh my god.
Get rid of it.
We are simple creatures. We really are.
I'm not watching.
I love it. They have the big industrial
Get rid of it.
trash cans.
Seriously, no. Oh my god.
Stop.
No, stop.
No.
Oh, I hope.
Please get rid of it. I'm begging you. Don't. No. Can I come back yet?
God.
Well, look at the face. Look at the disappointment that Joey.
Oh my
Chestnut
god, this
has
is fantastic.
as they're just vomiting. With a mix of
Oh.
dogs and alcohol. Do you want to see their before and afters though?
No.
Because this is no. I think you need to see kind of how they
Joey
how
Chestnut.
how
Hilarious.
they were before and after. Here we go.
This is me before the 99. I'm Joey Chestnut. This is me after the 99. I'm Dana Beers. This is me before the 99.99.9 challenge. What are you asking me? Why are you sticking your fucking camera in my face?
Oh my god.
What do you want? What is this? This is Dana Beers.
All right. I mean, Barstool Sports. I don't love the idea of people getting rich off the backs of desperate people who are just trying to get through life, and they're going, God, you know what? It would be really nice if the Knicks cover the spread and I can make an extra couple dollars this year. You're screwing people out of money, unfortunately. But I mean, hats off to you. Tip of the cap to understanding how to make a viral video.
Oh, that's right.
Mhm.
My bad. I'm Dana
Tip of the
Beers,
cap
I'm
at the very least.
99.9999. Bitch.
My name's Ohio State, and this is me.
I would love to see. I would love to see a before and after side by side of how big their guts are, before and after.
99.99 challenge. I'm Ohio State, and this is 99.99.
His face looks. Look at that. Look at the difference. But look at his face. Look at the difference in how bloated his face is. This is him now.
The 99.99
All right, look at this.
challenge. I'm Ohio.
Look at this. That is beer and nitrates from hot dogs. Look at how much rounder his face is. That is freaking hilarious.
State, and this is me after the 99.99 challenge.
And he's
So you
little.
can see they all got
He's. I
rolled
mean, he's
pretty
much.
good.
Slighter.
I think this is brilliant.
Oh my
I love everything
god.
about this.
I don't like
Now
you
this-
right
You
now.
love everything about this, even the fucking vomiting. That's
It's
gross.
so funny. It is
No,
It's
so
hilarious.
it's not funny.
So
Please
this
show
whole
it,
thing-
please.
No, Phoenix.
no.
Now. I'm gonna
Oh,
run. I'm gonna run.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna leave.
Mm-mm.
Don't do it.
she's gonna do it. Do it, Craig. No, don't do it.
I'm ready to eat.
I don't like you right now.
Not while I have
can't
water in my
hear it. I
mouth.
can't
Don't
see you.
listen. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at
Is it
Phoenix.
good
Okay,
now?
yeah, let's
I
check
can
the
come back?
tally
Phoenix was the
here.
one.
Okay.
Phoenix was the one.
Oh my
which is-
God.
which is
I
great.
hate you.
Anyways,
Hey,
here's the
Tavio.
final stats. You can
Been a
see,
minute.
You can see
What's going
what
on?
They all ate right here.
As you can
This
tell, we're
one
not
guy
doing
had
ASMR
18
anymore. We're just watching videos. How's life?
beers and 13 hot dogs. 18 beers, 13 hot dogs.
Oh my god.
Some of these guys double doubles here. 10 beers, 10 hot dogs. This guy 9 beers, 9 dogs. This girl came in, had a hot dog, helped out a little bit. They had 104 beers and 99 dogs. They accomplished the goal. They
God.
did hit it. Despite
went over.
throwing up.
All right, again. They said what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 people, 4 of whom had no beers. Okay. I mean, still,
They
though, that's
puked and
crazy.
rallied. So look,
Ugh,
I appreciate the bit.
ridiculous.
I thought it was really, really funny.
I mean, that's a
know.
viral
I
video,
think it's
man.
Shit.
No, it's funny stuff. I think it's great. Really, really.
People throwing
It
up
is funny.
from
Well, no,
eating
they
stuff.
Oh my
committed.
God.
They committed to the bit
They
the
did.
entire time, and to get 13
They
people
really
in
did.
to make this happen, I think it was really, really funny.
Mhm.
Vera, are you upset at me for showing that?
Kind of.
Aw.
That's disgusting.
I
You-
didn't like that.
No.
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
this was a video for the boys. Absolutely, this was a video for the boys. But obviously, it doesn't work as well if it's just the boys, because the boys are just gonna laugh. You know,
Oh.
we needed a
Show me
girl to
puke.
freak out.
So,
to make this a
Eric
fun
in the chat
video.
I
says
get a new contract.
Okay. Eric says 99, 99, 9. So it's 99 beers, 99 hot dogs over 9 innings. And this whole thing stemmed from a single person challenge of, it was actually a 999 challenge where it was 9 hot dogs, 9
Yeah.
beers over 9 innings. And doing that by yourself is a pretty big task. So
I would imagine
maybe
it
we
is.
can make that happen there. Blabs Rivera.
I would love to know. All right. I wonder if we could figure out how long that actual,
during the
game
great
was.
Lego build stream.
because that is
we're gonna
definitely
do.
the thing.
No. You
No?
will never see me eating a hot dog on a stream.
No,
Really?
I agree.
Ever.
I'm good on that.
The meme potential's too
Listen,
high.
as somebody who has 8 hot dogs on stream, it's
Yeah.
no big deal. You're just overthinking it right now.
No.
Mhm.
You're just gay.
It's a hot dog. It's a hot dog. It is what it is. Anyways, great
Ugh.
bit. Kudos to those folks. Great stuff. Mike Short
Hilarious.
says, That was the strongest stream I've ever seen come out of one person.
That was
Listen,
true.
there's
He
more.
was he had some real force coming behind that. He had some real legitimate, like, strong diaphragm contractions. That was fire hose
I'll
level.
post it over on X. It's great.
Oh.
Christmas loving engineer says, I've already puked within the last 24 hours. This isn't helping, Craig. Why'd you puke in the last 24 hours?
Maybe he was sick.
Go a little too hard last night. Commodore
it's
Man
just
says,
sick.
it's dude bro humor, and I'm all
Mhm,
for it. That's
mhm.
right. It was
I'm not a
excellent.
dude.
Come on, bro.
No.
Ranger George just showing showing people puking on the show. You're fired, Craig. Sorry, Ranger
Sorry.
George.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's a funny bit.
It
How
is.
are you still alive?
Oh, okay. I was wondering
Yeah.
if Kirsha was going to show up because she's in the thumbnail. They probably do multiple thumbnails, but I was wondering if they were baiting me.
I've been holding on to this video here.
Oh, we're
get to
doing it
hard
again?
news. Blabs, I just simply said, do not show this to Blabs. Because
Yeah.
do you remember a couple days ago when there was something that I
No.
showed on screen? What was it that I showed on
No.
screen that you were like,
You
hey,
for showed throw up and vomit on screen. I will not
Mhm.
be taking part of this again.
No. There's no throw up or vomit on screen here. None.
Are you
Okay.
lying?
Mm-mm.
I'm not lying. All right. So Kirsten, just
You're
just a little
evading
background.
though.
Last week there was a wonderful funny bit that this group called
Mm-hmm.
Barstool Sports did, where they went to a baseball game and there was like 13 or 14 of the guys, and they had to have 99 hot dogs and drink 99 beers in the 9-inning baseball game. So naturally, what happened is like they get through like 6 or 7 innings, they're just like just all over the place, right?
Uh-huh.
It was brilliant, and we showed it to Blabs, and Blabs'
You know what?
reaction was,
I didn't even think about that. I did not think about the fact that they actually have to probably go harder than they wanted to. Because if it's a challenge, that means that you need to get the full thing done in 9 innings. And you don't know how fast. I mean, maybe the last 2 innings go incredibly quickly. And I suppose there's, what is it? Like, isn't there like a rule where it's like you can go 7 innings and then like that's it in baseball? Like the 7th inning stretch. I forget what the heck. I don't know the rules of baseball that well. But I guess, I mean, technically, I think if that happens, you'd say, all right, challenge invalidated. But yeah, there is that aspect of, you've actually got a time clock on you. You can't just be averaging it out because you don't know how long each inning is going to last. That's true. Interesting. That does make it more interesting, doesn't it?
Laura had the same reaction too. She's like, "Why the fuck you showing us this?"
Plus, all you gotta do to motivate them is be like, there's a woman out there who took over 1,000 cocks in one night, and you can't even do 99 hot dogs. What are you, a little bitch? That'll get him to eat them,
yeah, Blabs.
That'll do it.
I don't know. That might be putting that might be anthropomorphizing those hot dogs into genitals. And maybe they're a little bit
So I
less
found this
interested
video and
all of a
immediately thought
sudden.
of Blabs. So
No thanks.
here we go. Look, Blabs is this lady back here.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Want to cut open all these gag sticks and get them in together?
Oh, this is funny now. This is
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Oh,
These
God.
girls can't hear the retching sound, so if they hear it, they retch too.
Yeah.
Is that what
Yes,
the thing is?
that's
Okay.
There are
Hilarious.
certain sounds that the one girl can't hear, and this girl, Pink, can't hear the. Otherwise, she starts to
No, we're good.
as well, which is, this is how why I thought of you, Blabs.
There's people here. There's people here.
There it is.
That one's so good, dude.
That's how you torture
That's
someone.
so
That's
bad.
so bad. Wow.
God, I mean, and like that's so bad.
Look at the look on
Wow.
her face.
Oh
Her face
my
is
god.
like,
She's like, no, you're not gonna do this again.
Doing.
That's so bad. Damn.
That is so
she
rough.
knows it's coming.
Oh my god, that's rough.
Like, I feel
That is
so bad for
terrible.
them, but it's hilarious.
Yeah.
See?
They know who you are. Yeah, they do.
Oh my
Come on.
god.
No.
Sooner you do it, sooner you can go. There
Oh my
she is. One more for the kids.
One more for the kids. That's awful. That is
I've
just
never
mean.
seen that before. Like,
Picking on your wife is fun.
I do the like bleh when I
Oh
smell
my
something really
It's
bad,
funny.
right? Like I can't help it.
Oh
Like
my
when,
God.
when Tim would walk his dog, no matter, it doesn't matter how often he washes this thing. By the way, it's just like I think the outside just smells bad. So whenever the dog would come back in, the way the dog would smell would just like trigger me to start coughing and like like I would start gagging.
That's a rough
I couldn't
dog.
help it, and so I'd have to start stuffing my face inside a candle whenever he brought the dog back in from outside. Otherwise, I would just start retching. It's just completely involuntary. So I guess instead of sound triggers, mine are like smell triggers.
I think that's more normal.
It's brilliant. I've never. I mean, you can see why I thought of you, Blabs.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Good thing is I don't do that when like those toys. I don't do the retching sound for
Yeah,
toys.
that is
That's
so
insane.
sensitized.
But,
My
No.
God, that is like that is intense, and that's got to be psychosomatic. I mean, that's just there's no way that's not like 100% psychosomatic. You've got some weird auditory trigger that's just psychologically coded. I don't think anyone is so sensitized to. Well, you know what? I don't know. Maybe they are because I mean, you figure the like simultaneous vomiting thing, there is an evolutionary advantage to that, which is if somebody, you're eating in a tribe, you're going to be eating relatively probably the same meals. If someone over here starts gagging and puking and you don't feel sick yet, that means that, whatever you're eating hasn't taken effect yet. So if you're all eating, like food poisoned food, then that other person throwing up triggers you to throw up. You're not getting sick. You're just ejecting the bad food before, and therefore you're going to be less weak. You're just not going to have the food in your stomach. So there is some utility to that, which is interesting. So I do wonder, you know what? I do wonder about that. I wonder how, sensitized you should be.
Oh, you don't. No.
No,
'Cause I think it
it's
is.
just seeing the vomit and the saliva and all. What? No.
Ugh.
It's a big fat no. Which
One
is so
day.
weird because, like, no, literally, I like stuck my hand up a cow's hoo-ha and everything, right, for
Sure.
act stuff. But like seeing vomit, that's where the line is crossed apparently.
Why
Like,
did you
what?
fist a cow?
Oh, because it was the first
farm
time
stuff.
for her to ever like give birth.
Yeah.
So we were
Oh.
checking to make sure she was okay, and I felt the hoof of the little calf inside. I was like,
Mhm.
nice to meet you. See you
Do
soon.
you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to put your hand in there to like puncture the
No.
what is that thing called, the sack with all the fluid in it?
Placenta.
No, it was just to make sure she would be okay. Like I've also done it with pigs, but like it was the after effect, right? So like the pig had given birth, and I had like this giant like glove all the way up with lube and everything, and I went all the way in, and I was like, nope, there's no more because they was afraid that there would be a piglet still in there because she didn't seem to be doing well. So like, what's the matter?
Hey, Blab.
It's a thing. It's a real thing.
Blabs, share my screen, Phoenix.
That's
This is
good
what I think
form
when
stuff.
I hear that.
Oh god.
Good farm stuff.
As long as I don't smell it,
Get
I'll
rid
be
of it.
fine.
Bring it. Take it away. Take it away. Craig, your dick. Take it away.
Wait, this is a perfect opportunity for me to bring up my favorite vomit
Penny, get
video.
rid of that. Phoenix, help
Ooh.
girl out. What are you doing? Ah!
I love the drool. It's hilarious. You know what it reminds me of? This is going to be completely hilarious if anyone in the chat will also recognize this. It's like the Hoof GP. Whenever the cows are in the crush, they have those huge, giant, stringy blobs of mucus and saliva coming out of their nose and mouth. Because apparently cows salivate when they're stressed out. I didn't know that, but that reminds me of that. That's hilarious.
No.
So you see, we're in the like
Nice
golden
and no
era of
vomit over
YouTubing,
there?
right? Like we can
Can I
just
come
chill
back now?
here.
The golden
just chill
era of
here?
YouTube. Come on. Kirsten, you know that's not true.
And like people just enjoy us for us, right? But back in the day, in the dark times of streaming, you had to like do some crazy stuff to get donos,
That's true.
right?
That's
And
true.
I like talking about
That's accurate.
Only Use Me Blade. Do you
that?
know what he is notorious for in any way?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
Who-
Well, Only Use Me Blade was a streamer, and he
Only use me blade.
I don't know how it happened, but he started getting like a hole in one of his legs and it started rotting. Maybe it's like diabetes or something. I don't know how
okay,
it happened,
now I
but I
kinda
know he
think
had
I
a leg
remember
hole.
this.
And there was a guy with him in a camper when they were doing a stream at one point,
Mm.
and someone donated like $100 or something to get the guy to pour hot sauce in the rotting leg hole and lick it off. And the guy did it and immediately vomited.
Shocking.
Yeah, you would think.
Shocking.
One day,
Oh
real
my
quick. One day, when we're all brave enough, Blabs, I have a video. If anyone out in the chat used to listen to or watch Opie and Anthony, there was a thing called the Baby Bird Challenge. That is the peak of the most nauseating thing you will ever see in your life. And I say,
I'm good, thank you.
I
think
we
I
need to
got
watch
it.
I'm not doing it. I will not be
I think
sick
I understand it.
for you.
No, thank you.
Not
Is this
happening.
what?
Yeah.
Is this what it sounds like? The idea that you are you're like chewing it up, then you transfer it to somebody else.
It's someone who had to drink an enormous amount of eggnog and then transfer it to someone else. And for about 6 minutes, it's just one single stream in the guy's mouth.
I'm not.
I was so upset when on Fish Tank they took away the alcohol. And then they gave one bottle to that one guy, Freddie, that's his name. They gave one bottle to Freddie, and I fucking TTS'd in. I was like, look, you know, the way that you can give other people shots without breaking the rules is you baby bird it to them. And he was all down for the idea, and then the producers took the bottle. I was making content, and then they fucked it up. I was so upset.
Classic.
We know what you did to those girls, Freddie. The truth will come out.
Freddie.
I thought he was going to talk about Filthy Frank, because that stuff was also
All
rough,
right, look, we've
which I have not watched.
fooled
and I'm
around for
not
about an
looking
hour now.
forward
This has
to
been
watch
good.
What are we doing? What's happening?
This is listen. This is what our show is slowly transforming into. It's
Could
just
be.
everyone hanging out. Yeah, devolving. Yes, and I got to be honest, kind of here for it. Super fun. It's become a hangout place.
As long as there's no puke, I'm down.
Well, hey, by the way, I did pull
You
up the
can't
video
put that
of the,
kind of
the
limits on.
guy. You can actually see the thumbnail here. Look at the thumbnail, Blabs.
Huh?
Is that what you're this right here? See this one?
No, that was
Look at the
pouring Jaeger on the leg hole.
Is that Mercenary's leg?
The one that I was talking about was the hot sauce in the leg hole. Let me see if I can find the video.
Let's not. Why?
The leg
Well,
holes.
it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Kirsha, thanks so much, man.
Oh wait, it's already purple on my browser. It's like the first link there.
And let's remind Kirsha, if you want to send that link, just put it in the little chat bubble down there, and then we'll be able to share it. So just then.
Yeah, I would go to like
Got it.
1 minute 10 seconds in the video.
Yeah.
Why do you guys hate me so much?
Yeah, go to 1 minute
Yeah, we're
10
good.
seconds. I think is when they like start.
Oh, that's cool.
Are we gonna get like hit for this for
Probably.
watching this?
You shouldn't. I mean,
scuffed.
puke is TOS on Twitch, but you've already broached that, so.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh
Let me put this stuff over here.
Oh,
I'm
what
just
is
gonna
he
put this
doing?
right
Yeah,
here.
he's putting the hot sauce on
This
the
is
gangrene
hilarious.
leg hole.
This is so good. Oh my god. This is great content. If you're here from the ASMR stuff.
It makes it so much better that he's wearing a fucking
Oh,
Hawaiian
God.
shirt too.
I love that it's totally.
I think he's gonna have a good time.
Oh my
he
god,
goes
I
back
do
to
like that
Florida.
it's muted. That's hilarious. Oh,
Where'd
God,
Bob
yes,
go?
definitely do mute it.
Where'd you go?
That's for
Is
sure.
it
think
okay
she
to come
died.
back now? Can you get rid of it? Please?
Yeah.
You guys
Come
are really
on,
mean
YouTube
today.
AI. You're not gonna be able to know
I
what's
think he's
happening.
getting back at you for the car battery story.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Thank you, Kirsha. Appreciate that. That's wonderful.
Fantastic.
Obey your digital over.
I can't. Well, no, we'll look.
Watch this video right here that YouTube suggested for you.
Should I? Should I? Nintendo screwing you again? All right, Craig.
Let's talk about the Nintendo Switch 2.
You
'cause
tell me
Blabs
to.
Is
I have to.
incredibly upset about everything that's been
I'm
going
glad
on.
I'm
I just
zipping
think
past
they're
the ads.
shit,
That's
man.
nice.
She is so mad at Nintendo. It's crazy.
Okay. Nintendo's screwing you again. Dude, who's playing Nintendo? I'll be honest, like, it breaks my heart to think that Nintendo was like a well-respected company, because I didn't play no, I played one game on the Switch, and I bought it because I was like flush with cash in a crappy job that I hated, and I was like, let me get rid of this blood money. So I'm gonna overpay for a Switch 1 bundle with Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna play it, and I'll be able to get some enjoyment out of my day, right? I mean, I think Breath of the Wild was okay, but I just abandoned everything that I really liked about the Legend of Zelda series, which was the Metroidvania aspects. That stuff's gone. And therefore, it's now just like an Ubisoft open world game with a cel-shaded aesthetic, ostensibly with some Zelda lore, I guess, maybe, kind of, sort of. And then I don't like the weapons degrading. That's always annoying. I don't like that in Skyrim, where that's like you have a skill for armory that like repairs it, and that's, I don't like it, man. I don't like, hey, I worked really hard to get this weapon, but it only has 5 hits in it, so I can't use it. That, I hate it. I hate that. Because you end up using crappy weapons 100% of the time, so you don't use up your good ones. And then when you do use your good ones, like, you're going to end up like destroyed because you're using them on like an enemy that's super powerful. So you're going to end up dying and then using up all your consumables. I hated it. But that was the only game that I played, right? Who is playing games on the Switch? Are you using it as like a Game Boy? Are you taking the Switch around on buses and stuff? Because I got to imagine, like, if you're doing that, you've had your Switch stolen at some point. You know, if you're going on like a public bus or you're walking around in your neighborhood, unless you're in one of the, you know, rural areas of America or Europe or something like that, where you maybe don't have these problems, you're going to get mugged for your couple $100 Switch. Okay. So who is playing Nintendo? Who is playing it? What games are out there that I really wanted to play? Apparently none of them enough for me to, you know, get the Switch back. I basically gave it to my brother, and he's just had it forever. I don't think he's playing it either. But yeah, Nintendo trying to get more money out of me.
Let's first start off by saying the Nintendo Switch 2 is selling like crazy. It has sold 6 million units.
I'm wrong, apparently.
In 7 weeks. It is the biggest launch of any video game system
insane
ever.
Ridiculous.
Which I did not anticipate this.
I was going to ask if you were I'm
completely
shocked
ridiculous
by this. I did not think it was going to be this big. Certainly not the biggest console seller of all time.
I don't understand
That's crazy.
Not at all. Not more or less for an upgrade of the Switch 1. Did not see this happening at all. The bundle with Mario Kart World has sold.
Okay, so why do we think that's happening? Do we think it's literally just the fact that Nintendo has a stranglehold on your nostalgia? You know, like that's it. Like it's got the most direct pipeline to your, you know, serotonin secreting nostalgia centers. I kind of imagine that's the case, and people are so demoralized now that anything that might even possibly pop that secretion button is just like, I'm going to give you however much money you want, whatever it takes. Please help me out of this hole.
5.6 million units globally. So there's over 5 million people who have Mario Kart World over here. It's just insane. Insane.
Ridiculous.
They're going like crazy. Switch 2 hardware sales totaled 1.27 million units in Japan in Q1.
Okay.
2 million units in the Americas. It's going nuts. But
I was wondering how much Japan, because Japan, obviously Nintendo does very well in Japan. They have a built-in market there, and that's a big, huge, giant thing that they can rely on. I was thinking it would be more, but then again, Japan's not the biggest country in the world. I'm actually wondering, I don't know what the population of Japan is.
There's been an update here.
But I mean, can't be
the
that
original
huge.
Nintendo Switch. And Blabs, I'm going to let you go ahead and read this.
All right, so this comes from actually like the Nintendo website. Posted today. effective today, well, effective the 3rd. Pricing for the original Nintendo Switch family of systems and products will change in the United States based on market conditions effective August 3rd, 2025, aka Sunday. These include Nintendo Switch OLED model, Nintendo Switch Lite, and select
Good
Nintendo
Lord, there's
Switch
a lot.
accessories. Other Nintendo products, including certain Nintendo Switch 2 accessories, select Amiibo, and the Nintendo Sound Clock Alarmo will also see adjustments. Pricing for the Nintendo Switch 2 system, physical and digital Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as Nintendo Switch online memberships, will remain unchanged at this time. However, this is where it's funny. Please note that price adjustments may be necessary in the future.
What does that mean?
What's interesting is that the price of Nintendo Switch consoles on Target website have gone up.
I was gonna say, yeah, did it go up or
You see
down?
the price
Had
of
to have been
Nintendo
up, right?
Switch, $340 right here.
Oh
The
my
OLED
God.
model, $400. Very rarely do you see a console that's been out for 7 years
Exactly.
go up in price.
What the fuck? You're supposed to be clearing this out. You're supposed to be selling everything else that you have left over to be only focusing on your Switch 2, your new product. What is with these people?
I mean,
they're all
well-
blaming it on like the whole Trump tariffs and everything. It's insane. It's like these people were gonna do it anyway because they're greedy little shitheads, and they've been increasing the price this entire time. It's insane. It's so stupid.
Now, as the counterpoint to that, look, they're pricing it for what people will pay. You know, you can't completely blame them. I mean, obviously, it sucks if you're a consumer, okay? And as a consumer, you should fight back by not buying their stuff. But the companies are always going to charge what they think they can get out of it. You know, that's what everybody's going to do. All right, they're going to charge at minimum what it costs to make it, or at the very least, you know, what they think is going to be necessary to cover it. Because a lot of times these companies, I guess a Nintendo Switch might be different because the Switch is such a non-powerful machine, but most of the time when you're releasing, you know, a new Xbox, a new PlayStation, you lose money on the console. The console is a super powerful PC, and you lose money on the console to make money on the games. And therefore, you know, you're going to basically always try to get as much possible, you know, revenue in for the consoles to offset that, you know, cost of making it as you think you can get. And if you think, you know what, $600 is going to price a lot of people out, they're not going to buy it for $600, we'll make it $500, even though it costs $1,000 to make. We'll lose that extra $100 if we think more people are going to buy it, and therefore more people will buy games, which have a much higher profit margin. So, I mean, Nintendo's greedy. Yeah, so's everybody.
So stupid.
Yeah, you know, RGT of all folks says, are y'all falling for the market conditions excuse, or have you woken up yet? Over here, he says, y'all talking about tariffs on a system that came out in 2017.
Exactly.
Not about that.
Right here.
What the fuck are we doing? Like, this
Matt,
is stupid.
Matt, can you think of a product that's come out that's been out for over half a decade that decided to raise its price?
No. So dumb.
Well, as of right now, the Nintendo Switch has sold 152 million units. So
152
it's as far as the list of the best-selling consoles of all time.
Is that crazy?
Right now, the Nintendo Switch 2, is now sold 153 million
Yikes,
units.
man. PS2 still reigning supreme.
7 million
Thank God.
behind the PlayStation 2 all time. I gotta think it's gonna pass it, right?
Probably will.
At this point, it's gonna pass. I mean, because I expected
That's
the
rough.
Nintendo Switch to see a big bump in sales because of the Switch 2, and my thought was
You're gonna
I
drop
gotta
the
play for
price.
this, and maybe everyone who flamed me is 100% right. I'll take the L on this if this is the case. But my thought was that your general parents are going to go to the store and they're going to see a Switch 1 or a Switch 2 for $600. They're going to see a Switch 1 for $300, and they're going to buy the Switch 1 instead of the Switch 2.
Yes.
Right? That obviously has not happened, right? as the Switch 2 is selling like freaking hotcakes. But I do think that you're still going to see a jump in Switch 2 sales. So do we think that the Switch 1 will overtake the PlayStation 2 for the most sold console of all time?
Not if they're increasing the prices.
Yeah, I mean, it's 7 million. I think there's going to be a drop off. I don't think they're going to.
This is a strategy to so that doesn't happen and people are forced to buy the Switch 2? Because that seems kind of stupid.
That's what I was
You're going to make money either way.
To try and help avoid market confusion for parents and the fact you can't find a Switch 2 out there. I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it because it doesn't make any sense.
I don't see it.
It doesn't make any sense, but yes, even Sony did this a couple months ago. Do you guys remember that? They raised the price of the PlayStation 5.
In select markets, yep.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing, dude? Like, how many did you even sell of those? You don't have any games. Why are you increasing the prices? It's nuts to me.
There's no games. None. I
Yeah.
bought a Pro.
And I mean, I will say again, like at this point, the Nintendo Switch is obsolete. You know, if you were going to buy a computer with the processing power of the Nintendo Switch, or you know, the PlayStation 4 or 5 or whatever the last generation of PlayStation was, that computer would be obsolete. It would be very, very incredibly, you know, it would be like what, 4 generations behind in terms of like chip technology and all that stuff. And therefore, you know, they're cheaper to produce if anybody's producing them. And I don't know what the actual, you know, market is on that. I don't know if you can switch out your factory to make older chips and, you know, they're cheaper because they have, you know, less transistors and stuff in them. And therefore, you know, you can pump out 2 or 3 or 4 of them in the time it takes to make, you know, one modern chip. Or if it takes the exact same amount of time, but because they're older, they, you know, are worth less. I don't know. I have no clue on that. I would love to know if there is a legitimate difference between that. Obviously, an older NVIDIA graphics card costs less than a new one. But how much less does it take to actually produce one? I don't know. I don't know.
The one guy.
Phoenix is the one guy.
That's it. And there's nothing to play on it. Zero.
No.
My husband just sent me a message. He was like, I wonder if we should get a Switch. Because he's watching right now.
We should probably get a Switch before they raise the prices
Yeah,
more.
you have until Sunday.
Yeah,
Because that's when the price hike starts on Sunday.
So I just said, let's get one.
Go to Best Buy and get one right now.
That's right. Definitely not Target, as they've already increased the price.
Yeah, which is really unfair because it's supposed to be starting on Sunday. So how is it they already getting away with it? I don't know. I find that pretty shitty.
Because it's Target.
I don't want to be blocking the crap out of this thing.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can-
Conditions. Target, the high class Target or the high class Walmart. You know, I'm
There
looking
we
at
go.
this. I was looking at this a little bit deeper. This is crazy to me. The Switch has sold 153 million units.
That is insane.
153. I don't know if you guys saw. Like when the Super Nintendo and the NES were released, it was a freaking. It was crazy, right? That's all anybody wanted was an NES or Super Nintendo, specifically Super Nintendo when it came out.
Yeah.
Did you know? I can't even believe I'm
60
saying
million, right? I think it's 60 million for the Super Nintendo. Right?
The NES only sold 62 million units.
Yeah.
The Super Nintendo sold less than 50.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like that's.
I mean, video games are mainstream. Video games are mainstream now. There is a legitimate, like, there are a ton of dude bros who play, you know, Mario Kart, Mario Party, and that's it. Or, you know, they're going to get FIFA. They're going to get Madden. And therefore, they got to get the new system to play the new version of, you know, whatever sports game or fighting game or racing game. That's their thing. And therefore, there's going to be a lot of people who buy consoles who buy, you know, those games and that's it. You know, they're buying Call of Duty and that's it. As opposed to every single person that bought a Super Nintendo and played the crap out of it because they were gamers. Same with an NES, same with these things. And he's doing a little bit of like, you know, editorializing. Everyone wanted it. No, not everybody. Everybody who was a gamer wanted it, but not everybody.
Mind blowing. The N64 sold 33 million. Holy shnikes. I had like, if the Switch 2 came out and sold 33 million units, it would be laughed out the freaking gym for selling only 33 million units.
And it doesn't add up
crazy to me.
because
There's a lot of
everyone
tourists.
you know has an old Nintendo, like in our age bracket up to 20 years old.
But
of
it's
course.
everybody you
But,
know.
At least the original or super, yeah.
You're a
Everyone has
specific
them.
kind of
Everyone,
person.
and I'm always stunned by how small those numbers were.
Look at what's okay. This is actually super interesting. Okay, the original Nintendo, 62 million units. The follow-up, 49 million units. The follow-up to that, 33 million units. The follow-up to that, the GameCube, 21 million units. The follow-up to that, 13 million
No,
units.
it's not the Wii
When
U.
you look at the trajectory of Nintendo
It's the Wii,
all
then
the
the
way
Wii U.
through the Wii U, it was a giant
the Wii?
slide down. Like that's not a marginal. That is a massive slide down. And that's what makes the Wii.
Okay, let's see. There's the Wii. There's the Wii. The Wii actually was, it's 100 million. That was the big jump. And then the
so
Wii U,
unbelievably
which was
spectacular, selling 101 million units, which literally revived
because-
Nintendo.
that's why nobody bought a Wii U, because Wii U is exactly the same as the Wii.
in over the span of a couple of years. That is crazy to think. And then you see, obviously, they were carried by their handhelds, Game Boy, DS, over there for such a long time.
And I guess, I guess that is the thing where it's like the Switch is a hybrid. It's a handheld and a thing. Because I guess I'm trying to think, are there any other like super specific handheld Nintendos, like a DS or a Game Boy? I don't think there is. I think it's just the Switch now. So I guess you figure everybody who was buying the handheld Nintendo stuff has to buy a Switch. And everyone who is buying the console, the home console, has to buy a Switch. I guess that's true.
I've always
Very
thought of
interesting.
Nintendo as like a traditional home console, but I'm an idiot because having the handhelds was the way to go for Nintendo. It was selling 154 million units
Yeah.
there.
Well, they're so much
120
cheaper.
for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. I'm sure the GBA's in there as well. But and then obviously the Switch.
Don't you remember that every new console that came out from N64
What's up,
on,
Shadow?
you always
What's
heard
going
it in
on?
the news, like, is this Nintendo's final console? They were always spelling disaster for Nintendo because it was that downward trajectory. And it was only until you could kind of see what they were doing. It was the handhelds that carried them afloat, and then they decided to lean away against trying to keep up with the market. They were fighting through Sega, they were fighting through Sony, and they decided, what we're going to do.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but it's also because they were the only handheld name in the game, I mean, I guess you eventually had like a PSP. Did Sega have a handheld console? I don't remember that they did. So if they did, it was so poorly marketed that I don't even, as a nerdy gamer guy, I don't even remember it. Yeah, so you had your PSP, which never did very well because, again, the handheld market was so captured by Nintendo. And it's captured by Nintendo because they were the only name in the game.
Do our own thing, and that paid off for them. And ever since they decided to do that from the Wii on, they were successful, minus the Wii U, of course. That was like a black sheep. But when they decided to lean in on their own innovations as opposed to trying to contend with the market, they wound up succeeding.
Did Blabs, you think this is just strictly greed from Nintendo?
100%. This is all about greed. This is not. The tariffs are an excuse. Everyone's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, thanks, Orange Man. The Dawn did this. Orange Man bad." It's like, no. The companies are the greedy ones. Why aren't you taking up with them? They're literally just trying to pocket as much money as possible every single chance they get without being reasonable to their consumers.
Blabs on the Nintendo hate train.
I'm not even on the. I don't even hate any of these, right? I think they all have done great things in their respective companies. It's just you're fucking greedy. You are.
Yeah.
Meg, you got anything to close out on that? Are you going to go get a Switch before it goes up in price?
I mean, probably will.
It's working.
I mean, I'm curious, but I'm curious about this. How many different variations of Nintendo consoles, handhelds have come out versus, say, Sony?
Okay, let's think. There's Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. Then I think it's DS. Yes, I remember you, Shadow. Then there's, let's see. Okay, so there's DS. Then is it 3DS? And I feel like there's like there's like DSi or something like that. It's like 7. And then I don't know. And then I mean there might have been like other like, DS Slim, DS Lite, something 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 something. Yeah. So you figure 7? At least 7.
So they've all had a lot of different iterations of their consoles, whether it's pro models, whether it's a different
I don't count those.
skin or color or whatever on on like Nintendo, they had different. They
what you been up to, Shadow?
Right?
Yeah.
Enjoying the weekend?
A lot of cosmetic
But
stuff.
as far as like the actual like technology of each individual thing.
Yeah, for the PlayStation, specifically like the PlayStation 3 and 4, and I guess to a lesser extent 5, as hard drives got bigger and cheaper to do, they would put bigger hard drives into the consoles themselves. So they'd have different models there.
They have slim models, things like that too.
Right. A little more aesthetically pleasing. So that'd be interesting to see how many models there were of the PlayStation 4 and 5 and the 3. Because I know there was probably 6 or 7 models of the 3, I believe, just over the course of its lifetime. So it's not a standard. It's not an abnormal thing. Nintendo will definitely release a Switch 2 Pro or an OLED model down the line or something like that that has a better screen.
They were mentioning
that is more sleek or something. I don't know. They'll do something.
Yes,
midway
enjoying
through
your
its life
weekend.
cycle to
Very good.
push it over the edge. That's what they did with the Switch as well. So
I remember was it the PlayStation 3? They had one model where you had like the wands. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The PlayStation Move.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
They kind of tried to do the Wii thing. We got that one. We got the one that came with the wands. It was so janky. But I'm a PlayStation girly, so.
Oh man. And obviously Microsoft had the Kinect and the camera. The Kinect
That's
thing,
true.
that was such a, everyone was like, "Oh, motion controls, they're so cool," and it was like the trend. Ugh.
It was bad.
Commodore fan says, "I have a love-hate relationship with Nintendo. I love the games, but with how they have been acting on prices, it makes me not want a Switch 2 right now."
Yeah,
I think
they're spitting in your face.
that's been probably the biggest realization for me is the idea that like Nintendo is Disney, like 1000%.
Yeah,
and that's
rough.
That's tough because I liked Disney for a long time, and I liked I like all that stuff for a long time. It's tough. So clips of the show all the time.
No. We already watched that one. All right. So, I mean, Nintendo's screwing you again. My wrap-up final thoughts here. Is this greed that they're bumping the price even though the Nintendo Switch 2 is selling like hotcakes on the Switch? Now, it's only Target. They did only show that Target is the one that bumped up their prices, and therefore, it's not necessarily true that across the board everybody's going to do this. It might just be that Target, for some reason is getting a smaller supply and therefore wants to up their price. It probably is the case that we can extrapolate. If Target price goes up, all the other prices are going to go up. That's true. Is it possible that there is a limited supply of like chips to make these things? Yes. However, are they making that many new Switches? Or are they just going through, their warehouse backlog of, hey, we've got, 10 million Switches in a warehouse somewhere and we're just shipping them out. We already have an order in to this factory to make the Switches, to assemble them, to do all that kind of stuff. We're just going through the backlog of supply stuff. That's probably true, and I don't think that stuff is going to be, massively throttled by any kind of tariffs. It could be, but I mean, again, we've heard tariff, and I guess it's maybe. I mean, personally, I would say I don't think I've seen an enormous jump in prices because of tariffs, and I think according to the data, if there is an effect, it's very minor, and obviously, I'm kind of mixed on the opinion of like whether or not they're a good idea in terms of how it, projects American power across the world or how it enriches the lives of American people. I'm for it if it works, but I don't know if, it's going to work. But that being said, Nintendo's greedy. Yeah, so is everybody. If you were hoping and banking on a company only looking out for your best interests and your pocketbook and your wallet, yeah, it's probably not going to work out well for you. That being said, I think they are overplaying their hand. Obviously, not so much that people are not buying the crap out of their stuff, but hopefully people will wake up and go, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to waste my money on this anymore. That would be my general hope. Alrighty. Let's go to you. I want to move my thing a little bit just so I can potentially deal with any YouTube copyright.
Now, for those of you who are not aware with the controversy, a couple of weeks ago, there was this activist group that has connections with the Australian government, claiming that Steam is responsible for selling some really nasty games. And
okay, so as a little bit of backstory, if you haven't been following this, Valve has basically taken down a bunch of games that are kind of like not safe for work, and they're really horrible themes. I think the one game that got a lot of like press was No Mercy, which I didn't follow, didn't look at. I have no clue, but you know, it's horrible. It's egregious. It's the worst thing ever. And therefore they wanted to get rid of it. And now this is kind of coinciding with the payment processor people being like, I guess, inundated by like activists who are saying we need to make sure that these things are not on these platforms. So make sure that you can't process any payments for this thing if this thing has these terrible games on it.
Those games was called No Mercy, in which you get to play as a guy who goes through a divorce. And in order to enact vengeance for
knows
like,
way more
the
about it
woman
than me.
taking half his stuff, he decides to go on a grape rampage, right? And the game has like various themes like incest. It's obviously, you know, a game meant to shock, meant to outrage the public. Kind of like video games used to be made back in the day. You know, video games like Postal, video games like Manhunt, like. There's nothing wrong with that type of fiction existing, right? It's like, okay, someone wrote something edgy. Oh, goodness gracious. Now, the game didn't even have that many players initially.
No, it's true.
It barely managed to have like 100 people playing. But after the freak out from Collective Shout, and you had like politicians in Britain and politicians in Australia, all of them being like, oh my goodness. Look at the level of calamity. Clearly, what's in the online space is far worse than what's in our streets. Or like trying to suggest that what's on the streets of Britain is due to video games like No Mercy.
For sure. They're murder simulators, so
eventually,
yeah.
payment processors stepped in, and they decided to punish the gaming platforms like Steam, telling them like, look, you need to clean house. And due to this, Steam and other websites like itch.io had to comply with the payment processors, and they removed thousands of online video games, which most of them weren't that edgy. No. Most of them were shovelware, other were like actual titles with story and stuff, but like if it had anything to do with non-consent, they would have been banned. And so you need to understand, like, there's a difference between non-consent with real actors and non-consent in fiction. Like, if you have a video with real people, right, and it shows a woman being kidnapped in the woods and then taken into a van where it happens, like, the viewer doesn't know if that's a film or if it's real, right?
I mean, you can usually know. You can usually tell. But there is a definite difference there. There's an absolute difference of like, there's the potential for this to be real, you know? You could probably usually tell like, hey, you know, this person's using some, you know, $10,000 camera setup, and we saw somebody with like a boom mic drop into the frame one time, and then, you know, we have an editor and this is from like a professional company and blah, 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 blah. But if you were completely brain dead, you could be like, but real people, so real. You know, you'd be unaware of all movies and television and all live action things of all kinds, but you could potentially derange yourself into thinking that it was real. As opposed to, this is a cartoon. cartoons are inherently not real. Bugs Bunny is not real because there has never been a true rabbit named Bugs Bunny that, runs after Yosemite Sam and does these types of things. It's just the fact that it's a cartoon. It's not possible to be real.
And so payment processors basically say, well, we can't tell if it's legal or not, so we're just going to assume it's not.
Yeah, no.
And that's like common sense. Like you can understand why that rule exists. But when it's about fiction, like someone opens a book and writes some dumb shit in there, like are we now treating it like it's a national emergency? Like, do we normalize the concept of payment processors getting to censor art? Are we going back to East Germany under the Iron Curtain where they actually had the commission to review pornography? I'm not kidding. Like, they actually did that. Like, under communism in East Germany, that they had like some fat 25-year-old women deciding if the pornography is actually suited for the socialist mindset or not. And basically, this is where we're at, right? Like, people are deciding over the most trivial, nonsensical things, which is like video games. Like, don't get me wrong, in my opinion, I mean, my take is that the fictional shit is actually taking money away from the real stuff. Like, if you're genuinely against the concept of real stuff, because like there's exploitation and stuff, you wouldn't touch the fictional shit. But anyway, right, that's just my take. Whatever. People got outraged.
You could probably, I mean, there's got to be some data on that. I know a lot of people will probably say, no, the fictional stuff is a gateway. It's a gateway drug to the real stuff, and then the real stuff is a gateway drug to you doing it. Yeah. Again, it's just absolute, fallacy bullcrap of, again, like, if you play GTA is a murder simulator, and therefore you're just so desensitized to the shooting and firing of guns, you're just going to be able to, go into a shooting range, you're just going to be able to mow down targets with pinpoint accuracy, just like you can in the game. And then, of course, if you actually try to do that, you'll be laughed out because you'll be like, what's happened? Ping, 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 pong, pong, huh? Oh, okay. I guess I really thought Jack Dorsey said this is a murder simulator. I thought it was like, Microsoft Flight Sim, and I'd be able to Sky King my way through this, but apparently not. Okay.
Like, a lot of people got outraged, and it's not because like these adult games were extremely popular, because again, that's what the narrative is, but they weren't. The reality is, like, overwhelmingly people had no idea that Steam is selling adult games, because in order to find that, you had to click a box that's pretty much out of the way, and then you also needed to use a credit card in order to buy it, right? And so, like, most people were actually not even aware that these video games are a thing. So, like, this is not why they're outraged. The reason that they're outraged is because, well, number one, like, payment processors shouldn't decide if a person gets or doesn't get to buy something legal. This is obviously an issue, right? Like, you're not...
That is, I think, the main issue here. Who has control over what you can buy? Generally speaking, I mean, I don't agree with this, but we in the West have essentially said the government can have some degree of control over what you purchase. They have some degree of oversight of what you can purchase. All right. And what you can purchase that is controlled by the government is basically put into two boxes: legal and illegal. All right. So it's illegal to buy, cocaine. It's legal to buy powdered sugar. Okay. And therefore, you can buy all the powdered sugar you want. Can't buy any of the cocaine you want. Outside of that, though, should you be able, should somebody else be able to dictate to you that you can't buy powdered sugar, or you can't buy too much powdered sugar? Should somebody be able to say, hey, guess what? We don't like powdered sugar. We think powdered sugar is evil. We think it's immoral. We think it is wrong. The only kind of sugar that should be out there is granulated sugar. Okay? Granulated sugar is fine. God intended for us to have granulated sugar, but powdered sugar is the devil's sweetener. Okay? And therefore, we have decided to take it off our shelves. Now, I suppose you'd say, hey, look, if your local Giant or Kroger's or whatever your local grocery store takes powdered sugar off the shelves because they have a moral objection to it, well, all right, whatever. I guess I just go to somewhere else, right? Or I'll get it off Amazon or whatever. But if somebody decides, hey, we're taking this to every single food chain, every single place where you could possibly get powdered sugar, we're going to put pressure on them. And we, as a small, weird activist group, we are going to make it a real pain in the butt for these people to stock or sell powdered sugar. Well, then it's kind of not their fault if the payment processors, if the, every grocery store food selling chain decides, hey, we're not doing this anymore. Okay, but you are restricting other people's, ability to get this stuff. And therefore, there's probably some degree of legal recourse that everyone who wants to buy powdered sugar could take to put powdered sugar back on the shelves. But it's way further down the line. And meanwhile, powdered sugar producers are going to be put out of business. And maybe then they can't get back into business. Maybe they go into something else. They convert their, powdered sugar making factories into, pillow making whatever. And now you can't get powdered sugar anymore. And we've lost something.
Normalizing the payment processor as a judge, you're normalizing like random activists, random Karens to decide what people are or not allowed to buy. And this is what pisses people off. And so they started emailing and phoning Visa and MasterCard. And finally, Visa and MasterCard responded saying like, no, we don't censor anything illegal. It's not our policy to censor. But this is where Kotaku comes in, and they're basically saying, no, hold on a little bit, you're full of shit. And they're quoting Valve, right? Like they're quoting Steam. And Steam is saying that while MasterCard did not communicate with us directly, concerns did come through payment processors and banking intermediaries. They said payment processors rejected Valve's current guidelines for moderating illegal content on Steam, citing MasterCard's Rule 5.12.7. Now, MasterCard did not communicate with us directly despite our request to do so. And they say that the payment processors and their acquired banks are the ones to blame. Payment processors communicated this with Valve, and we replied by outlining the policy, and they rejected it. A merchant must not submit to its acquirer, and customers must not submit to the interchange system any transaction that is illegal, or in the sole discretion of the corporation may damage the goodwill of the corporation or reflect negatively on its marks. So basically, when MasterCard and Visa are saying, hey, we don't ban any transactions that are legal, they're lying. Like, they are flat out lying, right? So, like...
That's true.
What happens, like,
if you're aware of, a lot of debanking and stuff that's happened, that's been true for a lot of people. Yeah, they do censor.
After a mass shooting, they decide that they don't want to fund any gun stores, right? Like if you're in a gun store, you can't use Visa or MasterCard. Because now they can say, well, it's affecting our brand. Well, fuck your brand, Like we live in a world where the politicians are making us more and more dependent on online banking. Like for instance, in my country, if I want to buy something more than $1,000, I have to make a bank transfer, right? Well, if that's the situation, which I know that payment processors are lobbying for it to happen, well, then you need to be regulated a little bit more. And you need to be like an electric company. No one blames the electric company if bad shit happens, right? Like, let's say someone live streams a murder, right? Well, people blame the criminal. People shouldn't blame the platform. People shouldn't blame the electric company. People shouldn't blame anything else besides the criminal. And actually, because they live streamed it, it's easier to catch them, right? Like, it's a lot easier for the police to find out who did it because now they have evidence of the live stream. Now they, if there was a payment made, they actually can know who paid it. So it's actually a better thing if these things are allowed to stay rather than they're banned. This makes the authorities' jobs a lot easier. But anyway, they say that the sale of a product or service, including an image, which is potentially offensive and lacks serious artistic value, or any other material.
Yeah, the serious artistic value thing. I would imagine he's going to touch on this, but who determines what has artistic value? It's, I mean, this has been litigated in the U.S. a bunch of times. The probably the most popular version of this, because there's a movie made of it, is like the Hustler, blah, 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 Larry Flint case, which is like, hey, you know, this person made this like horrible, like satirical story of some, it was like a senator or like an evangelist or something like that. And they litigated this in court after court after court after court. And they were like, look, no one's expected to take this seriously, clearly. So it's a matter of taste. You don't like this. It's an artistic thing. It's a matter of taste. You don't like it, that's fine. But it's still, you know, freedom of speech is in here. And therefore, hands off. You can't touch this. Okay? But they would always try to litigate that, no. This doesn't count. This is just like, it's, you know, it's pornography, it's smut, it's, you know, it's something, it doesn't have any artistic value. And I mean, there is still kind of that version of like, I think it's like, you know, pornography is not included in freedom of speech as like every other art form is, even if it is like really salacious. If you can put some artistic value on it, it's technically not pornography. But the problem is, of course, then you have to define pornography. And they've never been able to come up with a good definition. So the only definition they use is, well, I know it when I see it. So unfortunately, you know, artistic value, even like the Supreme Court is basically put in a position of like, your hand is tied if you're actually going to try to do this. Anything that could potentially be artistic, have any artistic value, has to be assumed to have it. Even if you don't like it, even if you don't think it's true, even if you're like, hip hop rap, that's not music. Okay, well, some people think that it is, and therefore it has to be afforded the same rights that, you know, classical concertos are.
Material that the corporations deem unacceptable. So this is another reason why people are upset. It's like, hold on a little bit. Like, you're not even giving us a list of straight rules. It's like, lacks serious artistic value. They're video games. Like, they require an artist to draw the assets. They require a sound guy to edit the sound. They require a storyteller to make the story. They require a coder to code it. I'm pretty sure it's fucking artistic at this point. And it has, like, fictional people, right? Like, it's not something with real people in order to even justify that there's a harm there. But, like, furthermore, if it's legal, right? This is what people are saying. Because, like, Valve already bans anything that has to do with sexual exploitation of a minor. Like, they're going out of their way in order to make sure that all those games are banned. But then if you're saying, oh, well, non-consensual stuff shouldn't exist. Okay, so like Game of Thrones, 50 Shades of Grey, why? And there's another thing, you know, like, isn't it okay for some things to, for me to hate, but also not want them to stop existing? Like 50 Shades, right? I want 50 Shades to exist so I can hate something. Why does it need to be banned? Like, if it's banned, like, what else do I get to hate? Like, no, I want it there so I can hate it. It's absolutely bizarre. It's baffling. No, like, they're absolutely lying. Like, Valve called them out. They're getting community noted everywhere. Kotaku is responding to this. And it seems that they're noticing a dip in the shares because the scandal is going international. Like, there are some Japanese lawmakers that are also talking about it. Like, they're actually more concerned about censorship than the West. Japan is fine with their censorship, right? Like, they're fine with their version of censorship. They don't want other countries to censor for them. And so, yeah, I don't know if, like, the drop in stocks is necessarily due to this event, although, like, it does coincide. It's interesting to see if it's sustainable or not, and it's interesting to see if MasterCard and Visa can have a say. Like, literally, all they have to say is to come in and point out, like, okay, if it's fictional, like if it's a book, if it's hand-drawn, if it's something like that, if it's anime, if it's blah, 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 it's a video game, all right, fine. That's literally all they have to do. And I'm pretty sure that this is how the law was initially made. right? Like because they're copying it from the U.S., like the law code of the United States. I'm pretty sure this is exactly how it was done at the time. It was like, okay, if you have real actors, like no bestiality, right? Like you don't want a woman with a dog. It makes sense, right? It's illegal. That's why they did. They said it.
Yeah, there you go.
They don't want stuff that's non-consensual because like we can't tell. Okay, fine. But if it's fictional, it's like it's.
Yeah, and I mean that is the other side of it, which is unfortunate, which is like it's the slippery slope argument where you do have something where it's like, oh man, it's like we can't tell, and I was like, you can tell. You can tell. If you know, hey, this came out of a real thing, this came out of a movie studio versus this was just some weird camcorder footage. Okay, if it's some weird camcorder footage, then yeah, okay, I understand. We need to maybe look into this. Granted, if you have that, I would imagine you've got, you know, hey, we've got this person's face. We can tell if this person's alive or dead. You know, we've got these other people on there. We can see if, oh, hey, person's got a headshot from, you know, the MGM studio lots. They've been passing them out. This person's clearly an actor. So is she. And therefore, okay, yeah, this was just a student film. And I mean, again, that's the thing where it's, you know, you went into this thinking, we'll just restrict things that are like understandable and they're good and, you know, it's correct to restrict them. And then you end up with this stuff where it's like, well, we can push it a little bit. We can push it a little bit because we want to make sure that, you know, nobody gets hurt.
It's a book, like someone wrote some novel or some shit like that. Give me a fucking break, right? By this logic, you can't have AI. Like any AI that's not fully censored and lobotomized and has terms of service, like Visa won't support it. MasterCard won't support it. And it's like, well, but why though? You know, still, it's interesting that the culture is changing. Like this is the biggest thing, right? It's not whether or not Visa and MasterCard will back down, but like the very culture, the definition of like policing entertainment. Like, don't you have anything better to do? Like, since when did entertainment become politics? Since when is entertainment so paramount to the well-being of society? Like, I'm noticing what's happening in UK. I'm noticing what's happening in Australia. I'm looking at their streets. I think their streets are far worse than the online space. And especially, like, the online space when it comes to entertainment and shit that's being transacted with Visa and MasterCard.
Oof.
But anyway, that's just my take.
That's definitely true. That is definitely, I mean, like, that is absolutely a thing where you have to look at it and go, don't you have limited resources? Don't you only have so much money to spend on policing and law enforcement and all these types of things? If you've cleaned up your streets to the point where they are, you know, utopian, you know, pristine forests of civilization, then maybe then you can go into these weird digital spaces where it's not possible that a human person's being harmed because it's a freaking cartoon. It's, you know, it's ink on paper. It's, you know, words typed into a word processor. When all of your citizens are living beautiful, prosperous, completely safe and secure lives, then maybe, okay, I mean, I'd still like you not to, but at the very least, I get it. You need something to do. But you kind of got enough on your plate, so maybe take that money and use it for the important stuff. I do love this. I love this guy, Lack of Entertainment. I was like the V. I like him a lot. I just love getting a Eastern European opinion on a lot of these things because I do find them to be so, I don't know. I mean, the word based is just overused, but, you know, anti-communist, let's call it. You know, this is someone who's like clearly been touched by the naughty touch of communism and therefore remembers the feel of it and the atmosphere around it and is just inherently, intuitively, instinctually opposed to it. And it's good to see.
Now, it seems that Rockstar has decided to join the mental asylum by requiring people.
All right. Do I care about GTA 6? Am I going to play it? I hope not. I hope I don't play it because it's going to cost so much money. And if this is real, the age verification stuff, I mean, I'm not playing online. I've never played any of these games online. I have no desire to play any of these games online. So hopefully there will be some offline component if sometime in the future when, you know, the price comes down or something, if the price ever comes down, I'm pretty sure GTA 5 is still full price. Hopefully there's some way to play it offline if this is true. And hopefully they just don't do it because it's incredibly stupid. But the other side of it is, unfortunately, if you're going to have a bunch of countries that are putting in all of these age verification things, the US kind of sort of has a thing, but I think it's restricted to social media. So video games might not, like GTA 6 online, might not technically qualify for it. They might push for it, like, you know, because they're saying YouTube is social media and, you know, other things along the same lines. But, you know, obviously if the US does determine that, well then, dude, they're going to put this stuff in there because Rockstar Games gets how much of its, you know, user base, player base from the US. It gets a lot. I mean, obviously GTA is a huge game worldwide, but I feel like it's worldwide Western, you know?
To age verify themselves if they want to play their game online. And so I don't know about other people, but I'm not going to dox myself in order to play a stupid video game.
No.
I don't know if this is because like some genius at Rocksteady decided, hey, you know what we need to do? Get our customers and their mothers to dox themselves before playing the game. Or is it like some government legislation? But I can already tell what's going to happen. Like I'm already seeing the problem with this, right? Like imagine you have a guy named Little Billy, right? And Little Billy, he's 17. He wants to play this game online, and Dad goes like, you know what, Little Billy? You're absolutely right. Like, this is horseshit. This is ridiculous. Like, I think you can play GTA. And then Dad is going to use his ID in order to allow Little Billy to play. And what's going to happen...
Now, the funny thing, of course, is that we also have to remember, this is technically a matured game. This is a mature title. So technically, you're supposed to be, like, carding people at GameStop for, you know, are you 18? This is a mature game. You can't play it unless you're 18. So, I mean, and I guess that's really kind of an argument against this, which is like, dude, like you can't sell these games to minors. Like you're not supposed to be able to sell these games to minors. Okay? They're mature games. So everyone that has a copy of this, everyone that has a legal copy of this should be 18, or, you know, their parents bought it for them because they were like, yeah, okay, well, I think this is fine. And they gave it to them. So the parents have signed off on it. All right. So, yeah, I mean, the only reason to age verify this stuff is, you know, just for more control.
But it's like Little Billy, maybe he is a cheeky little shit, you know, maybe he talks some mad shit on the internet, maybe he does a racist joke, or maybe he flirts with another girl his age, or whatever the fuck, but it's going to get Dad into big trouble. Because now his ID is being registered, right?
Oh, yeah.
So everything Little Billy says reflects on the Dad. And if we're going with the digital ID bullshit, oh boy, it's going to affect a lot of stuff that Dad does, right? I've got to teach you, like, this is one of the problems that you're going to see. Like, a lot of adults that are going to see this, they're going to say, hold on a little bit, right? Like, the ESRB was an advisory board, right? Like, it was supposed to inform me, the parent, that there are certain things in that video game that a teenager, not a child, a teenager can't access. But I know my Little Billy. Yeah, I know my Little Billy. He's not a cretin. He's not a retard. He understands the dangers of the internet because I taught him well. You know, like maybe he's got a summertime job. Maybe he drives a car. I think he can play GTA Online.
Right.
I think he can. But like apparently the government is saying no. It's not your child anymore. It's not your decision. It's ours. And this is like what enrages a lot of people, because the assumption is now,
as you
that-
can tell from my involuntary yeah, the idea that you don't get to pick the things that your own child can or cannot do is so egregious and disgusting that it makes people it makes me just rage nonstop. I hate it. I hate it.
that a parent doesn't know their child as well as the government does. Like a parent that grew up with their kid every single day, and then they know little Billy a lot better. And if the parent, for instance, thinks that, okay, maybe little Billy is not ready enough, even though he's 18, maybe little Billy has a little bit of autism, or maybe he's genuinely a cheeky little shit, doesn't deserve to play GTA, right? So the parent goes, yeah, you're an adult, but as long as you live under my house, you live under my rules, right? Can a parent do that? I think a parent can do that. I think if a parent tells little Billy he's not ready to get a car, even though little Billy is 20, little Billy is not getting a car, right? Like if little Billy wants a car, he needs to go to work for a living. But on the other end of the scale, it can also happen that little Billy is 16. And the parent goes like, okay, so little Billy is smart enough, like he's educated, like I know him. Yeah, I think he can play GTA. I think he can go online and shit talk and do all the stuff that I did when I was a teenager. Yeah, when it comes to GTA, it's fine. Why is parenting taken away from parents? Like, since when did we decide this culture that...
And it's also fun to think because all of these things exist inside, like this, I mean, like there's cultural relevancy to this. And there's also a thing of like, look, dude, are you unaware that human beings, like children, were being savaged by lions and tigers and bears for the vast majority of human existence? Like, yeah, it would be totally normal for you to lose a kid because, they went outside to help you in the fields and they got, bit by a rattlesnake and they died in your kitchen because you didn't have anti-venom and, the closest doctor was 10 miles away and all they could do was give them, a little bit of like bark to, soothe them as they died of some venom. Like, the idea that you can't handle spicy words or like, again, 3D fictional bullcrap pixels and polygons on a television going pew 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 pew. That is how weak and ridiculous children are today. We would not have survived as a species if that was the case, okay? We would have all died immediately the second a bird flapped its wings over our bassinets. We would have just been like, what the heck? I could fly. And the baby would try to fly and it would, just splatter like a balloon. It's just ridiculous. But please, man, we need to protect these people.
Every human being is the same, and every single milestone is the same, and there's no negotiation, no room for debate. The government knows better. Like, the word parent isn't being used at all anymore, right? It's absolutely disturbing. Now, regarding the doxing, I'm actually curious, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, is this something that Rockstar Games decided, or is it the government organization that is forcing them? And if yes, which one? Because I want to know. And the reason I want to know is that I gotta teach you, this bullshit is not here to stay. Like, you're going to look at this bullshit the exact same way we're looking at the pandemic. Like, in the beginning, all of it seemed to keep pouring in, like, all of the pandemic regulations were just pouring in, and everyone was abhorred by how many liberties and freedoms were taken away. But after a while, the pandemic left, right?
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing here.
And we did say, I will say, people did say very much so, probably more so than they should have, that all of this stuff's going to stick around. And I feel like, some of it did more than we want. But, a lot of it did get rolled back, which is real reason to hope that, the natural state of humanity is to be free, even if we, a lot of people want to be a little bit more controlled in these things. A general thing is just, people absolutely do really legitimately yearn to be free, or at the very least, not to have everybody else up in their business all the damn time, you know? And you can't ignore that. You can't ignore that that is a huge part of what it is to be, you know, human, to be like, nah, it's not none of your business. Back off. Get out of here.
Because like it's going to inconvenience a lot of normies. The level of actual danger that people are exposing to by doxing themselves online is
ridiculous.
Catastrophic.
Yeah.
Like the first time you're going to get a data breach into one of these companies.
Oh yeah.
And you're going to see people's real faces and then people IDs and driving licenses and all of that shit going online.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a real horror show. And it's also inconvenient, right? Like people constantly having to dox themselves. Like no one likes to do that.
Yeah. I don't like doing that if I have like a doctor's appointment. I don't like having to go into my wallet, take out my ID, you know, take out like my health insurance and blah blah blah, and like take a picture of it. Yeah, is that good? No, okay, it wasn't in the frame. Let me do that. It's so inconvenient. It's such a freak. Like, I don't care, dude. Like, just get over it. And it's not more convenient. It's more convenient for the people working there. And you know what? Screw them. I gotta be honest. Kinda, yeah. Make them scan it because they're getting paid. You're not getting paid to, you know, do their job for them. So, yeah, I do hope people are just like, again, anything that makes this less likely to succeed and be, you know, adopted large scale forever, I'll take it. Even if it is just like people are lazy, I'll take it.
Going to be a push against it, and all the people responsible, all the politicians, all the activists, all of the pious people, all of the think of the children are going to find a very difficult job in getting donations and in maintaining their cushy government positions.
Mm-hmm.
Like the same fury that Donald Trump had when he went against the woke and he started fighting people en masse and entire publications were shut down. The same fury that governments had when they started punishing politicians that led us through the pandemic is the exact same fury that people are going to eventually have like 5 years down the line towards the imbeciles that are pushing this shit. And they're even like telling it to your face that is to protect the children.
Yeah.
When the actual children are now using various techniques like Gary's mod in order to bypass this censorship.
Yeah.
And they're having like various jailbreaks and other techniques on Reddit in order to bypass it. It's absolutely abysmal, right? Because like, again, like what's going to happen is the actual children, right? Like the little youngster, the 17-year-old innocent people that don't know anything, they're actually going to use jailbreaks and shit because they have no other option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do I know? Because I used to be a teenager myself. It's what I would have fucking done. And I don't think like the world has become that dumb that like a person that's 17 doesn't know how to fucking use a computer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So like the actual people that this legislation is allegedly targeting, them.
Although you do have to say, with the rise of AI, if the AI gets censored, there's probably going to be an entire generation of people that don't understand how to go on forums and stuff and like figure out how to do the jailbreaks themselves. If ChatGPT gets muzzled and is like, okay, well, we can't tell you how to get around the age restriction on YouTube, there probably are going to be a significant portion of people that are not able to do it. And hopefully they just get, you know, they can ask their friends like, hey, how did you do this? And I was like, I just like printed out a picture and then we did 2 of them and that worked.
Going to get around the system.
We can hope.
But the adults that, you know, the normies that don't really care, they're like, oh, sure, you know, I'll dox myself because it's convenient. You just open your wallet, you show ID, right?
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Well, apparently it is a big deal because the moment there's a data breach or the moment you misbehave in a video game, and not to mention like a lot of...
and that is the real thing. The data breach thing is also another reason why this is probably not going to work, is because, okay, if there is a data breach, well, you had a you know, responsibility to safeguard my stuff, unless there's some specific government protections that are in charge where it's like, okay, yeah, these people are totally immune to any kind of prosecution if anything bad ever happens to that data, which, I mean, maybe is a thing. I would hope, pray, fingers crossed is not the case. But otherwise, dude, those companies are gonna get sued into the freaking ground. They're gonna be destroyed because it's like one person gets their like okay, this stuff goes out. It's a data breach. Okay, well, it's your fault. You made me do this. I didn't want to give you my freaking ID to use the internet. I have to use the internet for my job. I have no choice except to do this. So this is completely your responsibility. You're now responsible for all of my financial losses if you don't, safeguard this. So they're just gonna get sued into the ground.
Video games now are starting to record audio, and they're using AI in order to listen in to what you've said. Like, everything is monitored. Like, my fucking God, like, even the Soviet Union didn't have this ability.
Yeah.
Everything you do in your life, everything has to be recorded. Everything has to be monitored. When did we decide we want to live like this? Like, it's fucking insane, Like, okay, there's drugs on the street. Does that mean that the cops should break into every single person's house? Everything with a lock means that the government should have a key for it? So that they can come into your house and check to see, like, what if you have drugs? And you're like, well, I don't. Like, but we need to check, right? Maybe have the government install cameras into your house in order to make sure that you don't actually have anything illegal. Well, never mind. They do that, right? Like, the police can access the ring cloud. So, no, like, they actually do that. I guarantee to you, like, when they're going to push for butlers as robots, like, there's already companies that are trying to make them, right? Like, robot butlers. And it goes around the house and it does your chores and shit. The first thing that they're probably going to do in Britain is to say that humans aren't allowed to use knives. Only the butler robot should use knives. But the second one is like, that's going to be a spyware in your house.
Oh, yeah.
Like, everything they see is going to be uploaded to a cloud to quote unquote improve the product. And that is also going to check to see if, the kids are safe or whatever. Like, we're going to that level. George Orwell, people are constantly mentioning, like, 1984.
Yeah.
1984 was like a pseudo-authoritarian government that had access to some technology.
Yeah.
The level of shit that this is coming with, it's insane. Like, the complete abolition of online privacy.
Yeah, it's just full on, like, exact, literal panopticon all day, every day. But again, like, real. And just completely, like, apathetic. Like, we don't care. The idea of the panopticon was supposed to be, like, horrifying. Like, everything about you is totally seen and scrutinized. And it was supposed to be horrible and horrifying. And you'd be living your life nonstop, always. And it's just like, no, man, like, people adapt to a lot of stuff. So if that's the case, if you're living your life like that, what actually happens is you don't care anymore. You're not living your life in nonstop, total existential terror. Okay? Like, humans adapt to, like, way more immediate, definite threats and crazy stuff pretty easily. Like, you can get your legs blown off and be like, yeah, this is horrible, and obviously this affects every aspect of my normal day-to-day life. And within a year, you're like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I mean, I'd love to have him back, but, it's just, I'm living now.
The complete abolition of free speech. And on top of that, like, they will definitely put it into real life as well when we have robots. But again, like, I do think that at some point people are going to be fed up with this nonsense. I already see it on the internet. Like, no one is buying it that it's for kids anymore. Like everyone that says it's for kids is just being called retarded. It's like, dude, like, you already see what's happening in Britain. It's not even a slippery slope. Like, less than a week in and they're censoring protests and shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? And now they're doing it in video games and stuff. Like, who agreed to this? Put parental controls like normal people. Let me know what you guys think, and as usual, I will see you on my live stream. There's a link to that into the pinned comment.
Yeah. All right. Next one. This is Romanian TV. I think this one is too, right? Yeah. These are both his more political takes, which I like.
When I grew up, there were the things called wiretapping laws. It was basically illegal for the government to tap your phone. This is something that authoritarian regimes like to do. The Soviet Union had an absolute fetish to doing this, to the point where it was a joke by saying that the Soviet Union created micro-concrete. When building a house, it was 1 layer of microphones, 1 layer of concrete, 1 layer of microphones, 1 layer of concrete. So they had like micro concrete, right? Like the idea that a person is spied on every single moment of the day. And then you can't really have a democracy, right? Because like if you have a place like Britain, where the establishment, like the current government,
can you have a government, can you have a democracy where in which every aspect of your life is 100% perfectly monitored? Well, it depends on how, authoritarian your government is. Depends on how much power they have. I think you could have a democracy and be completely, totally, police stated if the government is not actually all that, like, powerful. Like, there's definitely, like, I can easily see, like, a sci-fi universe where in which, you have a little, like, pin or something, and some, like, near omnipotent AI is monitoring everything you do, but it just, like, doesn't care unless you're put in, like, harm. So, like, you can go, whatever, like, climb a mountain or something like that. No one's around for miles and miles, and you fall, and the AI sees it, and it sends a drone, and it catches you, right? No one really care about that, right? And you could have a democracy of, like, okay, we'll do this or that or whatever. But obviously, if the government is in any way, shape, or form, like, made up of people, where in which, hey, we want to have, this politician wants to stay in power, if you are monitoring people 24/7, the human aspect here is going to be, okay, well, these people are saying bad things about me. No, we're going to make sure that they can't vote. We're going to make sure they're disenfranchised. We're going to, do something to them so that I stay in power.
Labor Party.
But I don't think it's impossible.
Considers that anything belonging to the platform of their opposition, like talks about illegal immigration, is not just wrong, but it's like pure terrorist action.
What is to them?
People are then more
because they're losing their jobs.
Like
they're
they
being
can't just
terrorized
have
by
the
that.
debates, right? Because like in a normal democracy, people have conversations, they have debates, and then they elect representatives. And based on what the current situation is in the country, based on what people think, like obviously you're going to have a various number of representatives, and that's a democracy. But what they are doing is basically like they're trying to terrorize people from talking about certain subjects. And we noticed during the pandemic, like what happened with people that simply didn't want to get vaccinated, right? Like, were those not supposed to also be represented? Like, were their opinion not valid as a citizen with the right to vote? And the answer was categorically no, right? Like, those people had to be suppressed. And so that's how control can be maintained. Right, like you're a democracy in name only, but in reality, you don't really fix problems. You just manage opinions. And this is something that a lot of nations have been trying to do for a long time, which is to control the internet. Ever since Donald Trump won in 2016, they didn't really like the result.
Yeah.
And so they were focused on trying to police the internet. And they did it initially through terms of service. By, like protecting little girls online from getting bullied, like that type of thing, the social taboo. And if you don't like censorship, then you want little girls getting bullied. Then they did it to fight against racismus. And now, like some people are saying on Twitter, I don't know if it's true or not, but like ever since the whole Gaza-Palestine shit show, they didn't like a lot of opinions that were being pushed, like a lot of politicians didn't like where the trend is going. So like this is why you need to dox yourself everywhere you go now. I don't know if that's true or not, but like it is definitely something within the realm of possibility, because like again, the whole purpose is to make sure that people censor themselves based on topics that politicians don't want people to talk about. Again, like the purpose is managing opinion, not fixing problems. And so now it's all about protecting children, right? And
yeah, and that is a problem. It's a real problem. Like, I mean, again, this is not new, but there's absolutely the aspect of politicians care about being elected. They don't care about doing a good job. As a libertarian, I would say, look, you can kind of get away with that if being a politician gives you nothing. If being a politician gives you nothing, it's not like a super cushy, awesome, incredible job, then the amount of people that want it and will, hold on to it with a death grip are going to be way less. And the people who have it are going to be more interested in doing a good job and then getting out because they want to be doing other stuff.
Should be a question at some point. Like, I understand
But
that
the people in
protecting
power
children
want
is
more power.
important,
It's
of
unfortunate.
course. But
Well,
like,
it's
are
human.
there certain measures that we shouldn't do though? Like, for instance, locking everyone up in a maximum security prison. I mean, that will 100% protect children, right? Because like, if everyone is locked up and you can't get out of your cell, then obviously you can't harm children, right? But like, would this be a way to live? Like, would this be a fair and just society? Is this even desirable? Like, you're trading all your liberty for a noble cause, I guess, right? And the problem is, like, some people actually do think that, no, yes, that's a good way to live. I personally don't think it is. And especially because I don't trust the government, especially when you look at places like Britain, where you have lawmakers that voted against an inquiry into grooming gangs, then voting for people doxing themselves.
Yeah.
Like, there seems to be something bizarre there, that there seems to be like a glitch in the system. And so now we need to believe that, again, unaccountable bureaucrats, that if they fuck up, they don't get punished, right? Like for instance, if I agree to this and children still get harmed, like, no one gets punished, no one has to pay for it, no one gets fired. But I do have to agree to basically allow the government to wiretap me. Because that's what they're doing, right? Like, they're wiretapping the population.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument is like, well, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Okay, well, can we see the browsing history of every single politician and bureaucrat for the last 6 years? And I want to see it in real time. Because obviously they have nothing to hide, right? So they have nothing to fear. It's not the fact that people have something to hide. It's the very notion that you're assuming everyone is guilty. You're assuming that everyone is doing something. You're assuming that my 75-year-old grandma is sending kitty porn on her phone while talking to my aunt. So you gotta check. Like, you just can't let grandma use her phone. Like, you gotta be there. You gotta see what she's doing. That's the reason people are upset, is because, like, you're already assuming.
Well, again, I mean, it's not even that. It's like you're assuming that if there's one person that's doing it, it's worth infringing on the rights of every other human being on the planet to do that. And I'm like, dude, no one lives that way. Nobody lives that way. It's not like, realistically, it's not a thing. I mean, it's not human in any way, shape, or form to live like that. We don't do it. We have compassion for people, but it's like we have limited compassion for people. Okay? If someone right next to you is, in some horrible distress and these types of things, you probably have a good deal of compassion and empathy and sympathy for them. And you might even go out of your way to do something for them that, disadvantages you in some way. Okay? But, if someone halfway across the world is doing that, you're like, I mean, I'll give them something if maybe it doesn't hurt me, or like, maybe, I got a lot of compassion for them. But also, the second that commercial with their face goes away, I focus in on, my television show again, and I don't think about them ever again. So the idea that I want to protect people to such a degree that every aspect of my and every other human being's life is, subject to scrutiny, it's just inhuman. It's just not normal. It's not a real thing. And I mean, yeah, I don't see where this is going. Other than hopefully, this wakes people up to the degree that, they actually oust all of these people. They get them all out of power and go, no, we don't want this anymore. We would love to do away with the entire deal. All right. And we actually would like to get back to mind your own business, get out of my way.
They're criminals. I mean, what's next, right? Like, if we normalize this and we think this is okay, like, should the cops be able to come into your house to check for drugs? And you're like, well, I'm not a drug dealer. Well, how can they know? So that they should just be able to enter your house, right? Like frisk everything, search everything, just to make sure that you're not doing something illegal. If it's not drugs, maybe you have guns. Who the fuck knows, right? And not to mention, they're not going to just look for what they're saying, because like if they're there, right? Like if they're there, might as well look for other thought crimes. Might as well look for disinformation, misinformation, whatever, right? Because like we already see how they operated during the pandemic. We already see how they're operating in places like Britain, where mothers are being arrested for social media posts. And here's the problem, right? When they take stuff from your social media, like if they take a couple of paragraphs and they remove it out of context, they don't have to take it to court. Like all they have to do is to leak it to the press or leak it to the media or like pretend a hacker group has found it. And all of a sudden you look like shit and you're getting fired and you're getting ostracized. Now, obviously, they're not going to do it to every single person. Like, they don't have enough prisons to arrest people for thought crimes, for hate speech and misinformation and all of that, right? But what they will do is, like, whenever you have a protest, whenever you have, like, an event, like some run against the banks or whatever, they go to the protest leader. And they have access to their entire life.
Done it before.
And it's very easy to delegitimize the protest leader then. How do I know that they will do this? Because they're already doing it in China. Like, this is the Chinese system. This is an authoritarian system. This is not a free nation. Again, like, free nations have laws against wiretapping. And so, V, like, what do you plan to do? You know, like, do you plan to allow all these vile images to go online? It's like, I plan for the government to actually have a competent police force that can make a case against someone, go in front of a judge, get a court order, and then do the proper thing that we used to be doing in the West for the last decades or so, right?
And I mean, the idea here is like, where is that? Where's that, like, where's the lawfare that's trying to, you know, litigate these things? That's trying to basically go, hey, yeah, this stuff is super duper against all of our rights. And I mean, obviously, I can really only speak from the US perspective because, you know, we don't necessarily have like a super duper enshrined in the Constitution right to privacy, but there's been enough like Supreme Court decisions and these things that have basically said like, yeah, there is such a thing as right to privacy. There is such a thing as, you know, these non-enumerated, but, you know, very clear, very real rights that people have in the US. Now, in the UK, you know, like freedom of speech, you don't have that, as evidenced by the fact that people are getting arrested for, you know, social media posts. And in the EU, I would imagine it's very similar, where it's like, yeah, we kind of have freedom of speech, but I mean, it's not a law. We're just like, you know, do what you do. But if you say the wrong thing, we are going to, you know, ruin your life. So I would hope, though, that there is some, you know, groundswell of people who are going to try to actually litigate this and get it gotten rid of. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
Like, the current system, I think, is...
But I will say, like, I'm not black-pilled about this, you know? I think, like these are bad things. They suck that they're happening, but they're also good because they're so stupid and ridiculous, and they affect everyone, that everyone is going to be able to say, yeah, no, get rid of this crap. And get, you know, who was in charge when this stuff happened? Like Keir Starmer? And I'm like, okay, I'm like get rid of him. I was like, why? And I'm like, you disagree with his policy? Like, he did the YouTube policy thing where I had to show my ID and my identity got stolen. Screw him, get rid of him. You agree with everything he says? I was like, I don't care, get rid of him. So, I mean, there is that aspect, which is like a hopeful aspect.
Worth it if you want a free society. If you want a free society, you have to give up safetyism. You can't have both. You gotta give up safetyism. You gotta assume that some danger is there. You gotta educate your kids that the internet is actually scary and dangerous. Don't give out your real name. Don't meet people on the internet in real life. You gotta do parenting. You gotta have parental controls. And by the way, you know, this is 2025. Like, the very idea that you can be anything less than an eldritch abomination into your child's life that knows everything they're doing because you have access to so much parental controls and spyware, right? Like the idea that you can't do that is ridiculous. You don't need the government to do this shit. You don't need corporations to do this shit. You already have the tools.
Mm-hmm.
You're literally the guy that buys.
But dude, that takes so much effort, man. I gotta like check my email. It's just my kid. Can't the government do this? They already like take care of them in school and stuff. It's a public school. Are they getting molested there? I mean, probably. Like, but I mean, I can't like afford to take care of them. It's really rough, dude.
A device
Let's
for
just
your
let the
kid.
government
You're
do
literally
it.
the guy that can install whatever you want on that device so you can know that your kid is safe. You don't need this idea where the government is into your kid's messages, right? Well, the place where you can store your credit card, the place where you can store your ID, and then you have to be sure that this shit doesn't leak, that it never gets hacked, that identity theft doesn't exist.
It's just not happening.
It's awful. Like, no wonder people are against it. And I'm glad that I'm seeing, like, a lot of people are calling this out, and they're not allowing themselves to be emotionally manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's beyond ridiculous.
Which is good.
It would imply that we shouldn't make locks unless the government has the key. That if you have, like, a single locked door, the government needs to have a key just to see what's behind that other door. Because, like, what if a crime is being committed? And again, like, if you think that this is okay, then you can't criticize the Soviet Union anymore, you can't criticize Nazi Germany anymore, you can't criticize China anymore.
I don't think those people are criticizing those things. I really don't. I think they're saying them, you know, I mean, you know, some of the stuff they did was bad, but the socialistic aspects of it, you know, the authoritarian aspects of it, I mean, like, that was, okay, aimed wrong, but the general idea was okay.
Because, like, well, apparently, they were ahead of their time.
Yeah.
Like, they were doing stuff that, well, we are now doing in 2025. So, yeah, I hope this doesn't pass. It is beyond ridiculous. And it seems that France, especially, the UK, Australia, and Denmark are at the forefront of this nonsense. It's like, why are you afraid of your people? You know, I don't buy
I think we know.
that it's about children.
I think we know why they're afraid of their people.
They're just think like this is a convenient excuse in order to get the criticism to be shut up. No one wants to be viewed as being against this because, oh, well, you're endangering children. Anyone that thinks that this is the only way to protect children and that there is no other way is disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
We had entire generations that grew up like this, and they're fine.
And again, I mean, like I said, we've got a whole generations that were exposed to way worse real stuff. All right. The majority of human history is nonstop danger and terror from all comers. You know, you had a tribe across the river that wanted to, you know, kill, murder, you know, grape every single human that you had ever come into contact with, or there were lions that would, you know, just come in and, you know, drag off your sister to be, you know, eaten, or a snake that would bite you and you'd, you know, die horribly over 2-3 days. And that happened for the vast majority of human history. Guess what? Humans are the dominant species on the planet. And we lived through it all. We were okay. Along with an attempt to end privacy by the governments and Asians starting smart cities. Yeah. Yugi, it's not fun stuff. All right.
Now, the closest thing we have to a digital ID in the works right now is in the European Union. They call it the digital wallet. And the digital wallet isn't in itself a problem. Just like the digital ID isn't in itself an issue. This is why the European Union, within the legislation,
all right, this digital ID stuff. Obviously, the digital ID stuff, the conversation around that is getting kicked off because Asmongold made a tweet, which is hilarious. Which is, I mean, we need to just take a minute and just laugh at that for a second. But I will also say, I think this guy actually did another video on this, but I didn't watch. Whatever. The whole point is the idea that government, there's digital ID is going to happen. It's not for sure. Like, especially because of the fact that digital ID is so much more like weird and creepy and crazy and like so pervasive. It infiltrates every aspect of your life. It's going to be a really like annoying thing to deal with because it's constantly going to be there. And if you were going to get a digital ID, even if it's like from the government, like to get one is going to require so many extra like verification steps and all these things that people are going to be like, I just don't want to do this, And then you're also going to have like, just bad stuff come out of it because of, the pervasiveness of it. It's in every aspect of your life, and therefore every aspect of your life is a means of attack. That somebody could grab that digital ID and steal it and blah, 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 blah. That I don't think these things are in any way, shape, or form inevitable. And if they are like inevitable, they're not necessarily like non-secure. Like you could have like a sort of Bitcoin level type stuff, which is like like on the blockchain, you could have like a version that was super insanely secure, but the version that like a government would want would be not all that secure because then they can't touch it, they can't see it all the time, and therefore they don't really get anything out of it. All right, Alex Jones was talking about this digital ID around the start of COVID and the smart cities with cameras covering every inch of the city. Now, like 4 years later, I read both headlines within a month. Yeah, I mean, I don't follow Alex Jones. I guess no, not really. But like, obviously, the digital ID stuff. It was also a lot of the sort of like the digital banking stuff was big, and obviously that has kind of moved forward. I don't think they've had like the digital currency type stuff because Bitcoin exists, and that's like a good, it's a good thing that that exists. That's why they're trying to like really throttle it. And yeah, the cameras covering every inch of the city, dude, there's plenty of cities. Like London is kind of already like that, and it doesn't seem to be helping too much with crime.
Has actually passed various amendments in order to make sure that it's not going to be mandatory. So if they don't really care if it's mandatory or not, then you have to understand that the digital ID or the digital wallet, as I mentioned before, is not the issue. The issue is the concept, like the very nature of what you're seeing on screen is an abomination towards anyone that wants a free and just society. Why am I saying this? Well, let's look at how it's supposed to work. Here you have your digital identity. Like this is tied to yourself, right? Like your presence as a human being interacting in a modern society.
Alex Jones is a crazy right-wing conspiracy theorist. I will not deny. I think that's kind of a well-established, maybe not fact, but certainly, well-publicized opinion. But over the last 10 years, he's been right about enough things that I at least see what he's saying from time to time. Oh yeah, no, for sure. He's definitely been right about a lot of stuff. And like really crazy stuff too. Like all of the things that I see that are like memed on where it's like, guys putting, water, frogs making gay. That one, I'm like, oh yeah, apparently that's actually true. I was like, really? Yeah. And I was like, it was so crazy that you were like, there's no way this can be. Wait a minute, no, this is actually so crazy it can't not be true.
Various things. It's connected to the social platforms you're using, like the social platforms that you require in order to have a job, in order to talk to people, in order to try and date. It's connected to your financial services, your bank accounts, how you get paid, your mortgage. It's connected to your healthcare. It's connected to travel and mobility. Do you want to use public transport? Do you want to leave your country? It's connected to food and sustainability. Like if you're a farmer,
Where's this from?
you need this in order to do business. So on and so forth, right? And you can notice that almost every single one of these nodes are crucial for a person to have a normal life in a society. Like without one of these nodes, life becomes very difficult very fast.
In a like civilization.
And so when you look at a node, you notice that
You can always go off grid. You can always just raise goats.
most of them
Not a great
have
way to go, but you can do
regulations
it.
attached. There's various terms of service. Like, for instance, when you're using social platforms, you're using social media. You're not allowed to talk about the Hunter Biden laptop story if the year is 2019. You're not allowed to spread misinformation, whatever that means. You're not allowed to have right-wing talking points, as the truckers found out. Right, like there are certain terms of service when it comes to using social media. When you're using financial services, it's the same thing. Like there are various rules and regulations, including like you gotta be online on time with your payments. And so the way things work right now, like let's take this node, the social media platforms, right? Let's say you fuck up. Let's say you make a racist joke, a really bad racist joke. Now what happens is that you lose your account. But that's no big deal, right? Like it's one platform, you done goofed, you make a new account. You know, hopefully they don't catch you. But even if they do, right? Like you lost your ability to have presence on one social media platform. Now imagine that this concept is in effect, right? And so you done goofed. You say something bad. Like for instance, you side with Kyle Rittenhouse. Like that was incredibly unpopular. I know a lot of people that got banned for it.
That's true.
You're basically saying, well, Kyle Rittenhouse is not a murderer. He's a person that did self-defense. Now, imagine you get banned
Get him out.
on your digital identity. So now you're banned from all social media platforms, right? Because, like, notice we're moving into the normalization of doxing yourself whenever you use a social media platform. So you have to prove you're over 18, you gotta dox yourself, you gotta show your digital identity. This is why I'm saying it doesn't matter if it's a digital ID or not. Like any form of doxing is the problem. Like this is how this system is created, right? It's not like the digital ID itself that's an issue. Like they can just use your phone number, which in many nations is actually tied to an ID, or they can use your driving license or anything, right?
Right.
When the mindset kicks in that you have to dox yourself in order to use social media, well, the entity that supervises the collection of data can just say, yeah, like this person is a troublemaker, flag him. And then whenever you show your ID, whenever you show your passport, it can just say, nope, you're flagged, you can't make a new account, you can't use Google, you can't use Facebook, you can't use Twitter. You're like a child. Now, the reason I know this can happen is because it's happening in China. Like in China, for example, there was a protest against the banks. And back then it was during COVID.
It's hilarious to remember that. The banks protest, because I mean they were basically just juicing the housing market so much because it was the only thing like propping up the Chinese economy. It was like a huge portion of the Chinese economy was their housing sector, which was just bullcrap houses that they'd thrown up for nothing. And then, oops, they like were gonna default on loan, this kind of stuff, and it's why I'm just like, I mean, I'm still like on this train where I'm like, China's a threat, but it's just like it's not nearly as bad as people think it is.
And you needed to have, right?
Very
like your
much a
health
paper
pass.
tiger.
Like, as you can see here, healthcare, right? You needed to have your health pass green in order to use public transport. Now, obviously, this is for the safety of others, right? And for your own safety. Like, you don't want sick people to travel in the bus with you. And so what they did is, like, they flagged the passport from green to red to all the people that the night before claimed that they're going to go to the protest. And all of a sudden, they realized that they can't travel. And that's how it works, right? Because the best thing that happens is just the node itself is affected, right? Like, you fuck it up on Twitter, and you get banned from social platforms. But what if you fuck up on one node, all the nodes turn red? What do you do then? So like, for instance, let's go back to the pandemic, right? Let's say someone doesn't want to get vaccinated, which again, just like the digital ID, they constantly mentioned that the vaccine is not mandatory.
They did.
Although in some nations they were talking about making it mandatory.
Yeah.
But that's besides the point, right? Like the government said, look, you don't have to.
And I mean, they kind of did in the US. They kind of did say that if you had a government job, it was mandatory. And if not, I don't know. I mean, I feel like people did get fired over this. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you were in the military, people got like let go or fired or were passed over for promotion or so on and so forth if you didn't get it, even if you had like a viable excuse, like a viable exemption that would have worked for any other vaccine.
But then you notice that a lot of areas in your life would become restricted. You want to go to a McDonald's? You need to show papers. You need to show documents. You want to go to work? You need to show papers. You need to show documents. You want to go to the mall? You need to show papers. You need to show documents. And so imagine a similar system, right? Where if you're a cheeky little shit on social media, well, all of a sudden, all these other things get denied. Like travel and mobility can get denied. Your ability to make a new loan can get denied. And again,
just heard someone talking about how China makes too much of tech used in our military equipment because we don't have the infrastructure anymore to make a submarine start to finish just in America. I'm not 100% sure of that. I think probably the stuff that they're making for us would probably be like steel, because like Chinese technology is not really very good. Like they have trouble making ballpoint pens, and that's not me being like a shithead. That's being for real 100%. It's actually very difficult to make ballpoint pens because of the material tolerances and these types of things. So any ballpoint pen that was like made in China by a Chinese producer was like crap. And they basically had to get some guy who was like super high up in the government to use these pens, and it was like every time I use a Chinese, these things suck. And they basically went on a crazy rant and then like shoved a ton of money into making a ballpoint pen factory that could make a ballpoint pen that actually worked in China. So I would imagine that yes, it's probably true that we don't have the capability to make a submarine, especially like a super duper high tech submarine in the US from start to finish. But my guess would be a lot of the higher tech stuff is like, the Taiwanese chips and these types of things. And with the tariffs trying our relations with our allies, they're already looking to stop becoming U.S. depends on both in the economy and military defense. It's not their tech, just the parts to make it. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, the parts to make the tech, in terms of like the rare earth metals, that's obviously the things that a lot of people are talking about in terms of the point of it was we're heading a direction with the EU abandons us. We're now relying on our rivals for too many things. Even just upsetting China, well, they can give us Canada. Well, they give us 60% of our electricity. I'm assuming Canada, not candy. Yeah, I mean, I will say the tariffs, all of these types of things exist in a very complicated ecosystem, wherein which like abandoning this big giant huge trading partner is kind of not an option for a lot of people. Like, I mean, it is an option. But, as you could kind of see with like Russia, where it was like, hey, Russia invades Ukraine, and everyone is like, this is horrible, this is terrible, this is awful, this is terrible. But we do need Russian gas and these types of things. It's like, okay, but we're not going to take any gas from Russia. And it's like, okay, well, Russia's going to sell it to like somebody else, and they're going to sell it back to us because we need this stuff. It's going to cost way more and all this kind of stuff, but like we're still eventually getting that stuff from there. And it's because, again, we're in this super insanely complicated arena in which everything, affects everything else, and it's insanely difficult to really break apart from that because certain specific countries do certain specific things to such a degree that everybody else depends on them for that one thing, like Taiwan being an example of this. Or, hey, if you want rubber, it's going to be from like one specific country that basically just does that. They make rubber, that's it. This place makes tin, they make bronze, they make blah, 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 blah. And having a huge giant piece like the US, which does a lot of different things and is a huge giant trading partner in all of these different things, abandoning the US is kind of not really a viable option. Maybe possibly if they were like, okay, the US is being really a bad partner. We want to abandon them. We will, but we can't do it right now. The worst case scenario would be like, all right, the EU or whatever goes, we can't trust the US to do these things anymore. We're going to then build up somewhere else to do and take over all of the things, or at least, all the things that they can, that the US was doing for us. And we'll give them that stuff. And it can't really be something that's already powerful. Like we can't give that stuff over to China because, I mean, contrary to popular belief, a lot of the people that do these big negotiations are not that stupid. So they do look at these things in terms of like, all right, well, if the US has us over the barrel and they do this stuff and they're already like pretty ideologically aligned with us, like we like most of the stuff that they're doing most of the time, even if it doesn't advantage us massively. Okay, well, who else can we turn to who is, as big of a potential trading partner? Is it China? Okay, yeah, I guess it is. And maybe they can do most or some of the stuff that the US does for us. Certainly they could be, trading partners. Well, can they actually be trading partners? Because, they've got a lot of people, but a lot of their people are like really poor. So they're not buying as much stuff. They can't really be the consumers that the US can, and therefore maybe they can't do this stuff. So we'll maybe go over and we'll be like, all right, let's look at like Africa, let's look at whatever. And we can put a huge amount of money and stuff into them and build them up. And, maybe we decentralize it and we have a whole bunch of different countries that are doing different stuff. And that's how we build it out. That's like 10, 15, 20 plus years in the future. And the cyclical nature of, American politics would be, okay, well, in like 10 years, you're going to have a completely different, government that is going to be doing totally different stuff. And, this current Trump regime is out of power, probably, especially if it is, if these tariffs and these types of things do actually hurt the U.S. economy. Well, then, the Republicans are not going to be in power for very long. The video I watched suggested Germany would replace us in providing the EU with military tech, and they already wanted to replace the US dollar as the base of their economies. Something about BRICS. Oh yeah, I did hear about BRICS. The US dollar is the base of their economy. It's difficult to say how much of that is true. Like, there's kind of been a weird... Yeah, like I can't say that I'm an expert in this, but I do think that the US dollar has been devalued to a degree. A lot of the value, like the sort of like inherent value that, the US currency has is kind of backed up in the petrodollar, which is like the like UAE countries can only, or they're only supposed to like buy oil in dollars. So so instead of, a US dollar being backed up by gold, now it's backed up by oil. And oil is, this resource that everybody needs still. So there is some like backing for it. I do wonder if, Germany trying to replace the US in terms of like military technology, I don't know, man. I mean, the military firms are super insanely powerful, like transnational corporations like Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and these types of things. I don't know if Germany has the industrial capacity to put that stuff out. It's totally possible that they would be like, yeah, you know what, we're not going to buy arms from the U.S. because, you know, we're going to do that stuff. I'm kind of okay with that. I don't really have a huge problem with that. Even if it is just like, hey, you know, it degrades the, you know, influence of these military firms, you know, military industrial firms, and, you know, makes Europe a little bit more conscious of its own, you know, self-defense and these types of things. Like, I'm kind of okay with that. On the topic of China, do you think anything happens with Taiwan right now? Their president said the Chinese invasion is imminent. UK Prime Minister said they're ready to defend Taiwan. Taiwan. All right. I mean, I don't really think anything happens with Taiwan. I mean, there's always the calculus that, you know, I can't see and that I don't think anybody can really see, and it would all be reflected in some specific you know, like higher ups in the Chinese, you know, the CCP and these types of things that are really going to be making these decisions, and maybe they make a crazy decision. You know, that's totally possible. In terms of like real reasons for it to happen and playing out, you know, the scenario really in real terms, I don't think it happens, because the odds that China can go into Taiwan and take it over to the degree that they want to, as quickly as they want to, and with like zero loss of all of their, you know, super high tech chip manufacturing stuff, is just, it seems super unlikely. You know, like if there was ever a real scenario where in which China could go in and like we actually thought they were going to do it, I mean, the U.S., like how many people would just be like, yeah, we're just gonna bomb the crap out of like every chip factory to the, you know, degree that there's no rebuilding it, and we're just gonna move all the people with the expertise out of Taiwan, and therefore China gets nothing for, you know, this war that they're instigating. I also do think the Chinese military is very much like a paper tiger. I mean, a lot of reports of their military readiness are like, they actually suck. Most of the people that are like really talented in China do not want to go into the military. The people that are going into the military are like the third sons who are, you know, just trying to get anything that they can. The people that are like really talented or intelligent or like savvy, they want government positions. They want like bureaucratic positions because they're super, super secure and they get a lot of bonuses from it. So like the people in the military are kind of like looked down on. And anytime there is like stuff that comes out about the Chinese military, like there's a huge amount of like, I remember there was an article probably a couple years ago that was like all of their jets and stuff were fueled with like the wrong fuel because the people who were in charge of the warehouses sold off all of the good jet fuel, or like were using it for cooking and stuff. And it was just like, okay, if that's the people that we're dealing with, even if there's a ton of people, it doesn't matter. Like we're not fighting, you know, World War I ground war type engagements anymore. So, I mean, I don't know. And also, now that we've seen like Ukraine versus Russia, there's a very real like technological guerrilla warfare scenario where in which Taiwan can do a lot more with a lot less. And you know, really like degrade capabilities if they, you know, if it came to that. Plus, absolutely, you know, the US is going to stand by Taiwan to a degree. you know, again, the scenario kind of changes potentially down the line, but again, you know, down the line, who knows what's going to happen in terms of like the CCP? Like, I mean, you know, like what if Xi Jinping just dies of a heart attack in the next 5 years? You know, like, is there anybody to replace him? Is there some internecine, you know, conflicts forever? Like, I mean, who knows? You know, plus there's the whole idea of, again, you know, their economy being based on stuff that doesn't exist anymore. You know, how long are the Chinese people going to stand by this? Probably, I don't expect a revolution anytime soon, but there is that simmering undercurrent, and I think the CCP, I think the government would be probably aware of that. Like, you know what? If we push people a little bit, they're probably not going to definitely back us to the hilt 100% of the time. All right. I also saw online that the Chinese military is massing troops in their closest region to Taiwan, and the invasion is weeks away, but I couldn't figure out if it was real. Also, 80% of the people I saw online believe that Taiwan belongs to China, and we're defending the right for China to invade. Maybe really research the history there. Do you have an opinion? I mean, this is a really weird one in terms of like the ownership of Taiwan, because I mean, again, I'm not an expert, and I haven't looked into this super recently, but my understanding is the government of Taiwan like was the government of China that got ousted by the communists and then fled to Taiwan to, you know, set up the sort of like the government in exile of China, and then basically said, okay, like, you know, I guess now we'll be our own nation if, you know, we're not part of this thing. In terms of like whether or not it belongs to them, dude, that gets into such a weird philosophical part, because like, all right, do the Falklands belong to Argentina or to, you know, the UK? Obviously there was like a war fought over this, and well, like, you know, everyone who lives in the Falklands is like British, or like it was at the time. Like, this is the argument at the time, and I think it's probably still the case, but it's like, okay, it was like it's closer to Argentina, right? It's closer to Argentina. It was settled by British people. British people have lived there basically the entire time. But Argentina is like, hey, but like, you know, we used to have that. Okay, but like nobody there lives there, so who do we want, you know, whose rights are we protecting if we oust all of these people that are living there? Is that what we want to be doing? And then, like, again, you have ownership over this thing. I was like, well, how do you have ownership over this thing? It's land. Do you have like you need to have some kind of weird like investment in it? And I think most of the time when people say a place is owned by a thing, it's basically just there for justification purposes, you know? So like when England invades France, you know, throughout the thousands of years of history where, you know, England and France and Spain were invading the crap out of each other, it would always be like, oh, well, this English king has a right to the French throne. Or, you know, there's, you know, this area that was conquered by England 200 years ago, and therefore this area of land in France has ownership by the English. And, you know, we have documents to prove it and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, a lot of it is just like justification for stuff. And I mean, again, like that justification kind of sort of only makes sense in some weird like court sense of like the world. Again, it's like it just doesn't really, it's a remnant of like an older time when you could put those things forward. And it was just, you know, it's just a weird thing. Am I correct to assume you're a right-leaning centrist? I generally think of myself as a libertarian, perhaps a little bit more right-leaning on social issues, depending on my mood and day of the week. But I generally think of myself as a libertarian more than a centrist. Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, in terms of like the ownership of China over Taiwan and these types of things, I'm like, I think they always press their claim on that so that they can be like justified in invading it. But it's like, okay, does Russia have a right to invade Ukraine? Because I mean, Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union. Okay, and, and then hey, look, like there's regions of the Donbass that just have Russian people in there. What about Israel? Like all of these things are so weird and esoteric. I tend to lean towards the degree of like, okay, well, the history matters to a degree, but not nearly as much as like, all right, what's the actual like on the ground reality of the situation right now? Like the Falklands War, I'm kind of like, okay, like the British people were living there. They're British. They're British citizens. They're, the British government has a right to defend them, has a, duty to defend them, and therefore blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, that's kind of where I am. Like, yeah, the China-Taiwan stuff, I do think that Taiwan probably has the better argument that they're their own independent country. They're just like, in a more precarious position. It's the same thing for me with Israel-Palestine. Which one do certain countries recognize as a country? It's all very confusing every time I think I have a stance. The other side makes a compelling point. Yeah, I mean, look, that's the nature of these, issues, is that they are really super complicated and they're not cut and dry. If they were cut and dry, we could just go, oh yeah, this side is right, and therefore they win. They win the argument. That's not how these political games are played. They are complicated. A lot of times they're kind of like made more complicated than they actually are for the reason of like muddying the waters and making it so that, it is a little bit more difficult. Like the China-Taiwan thing, I think is kind of like, again, I mean, I guess I haven't looked at a ton of like pro-China, China definitely owns Taiwan type stuff. But yeah, I mean, I do think that, the China-Taiwan thing is kind of like, yeah, Taiwan is an independent country, has been for years. And the idea that another country wants to invade it very clearly just for, its resources in terms of technology, seems like not a great deal. I will also say, I think it's like a threat to kind of extract promises from other people, like, hey, we could always invade Taiwan and get this stuff, so maybe give us a better deal on this. I don't know if I see China trying to push things militarily. I just don't know if that's the case, because they've got relatively like impressive people on their borders with militaries that could give them a slugfest. Like India, obviously Russia's right next to them too, but Russia's invaded with Ukraine. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. Even Russia, Ukraine, I'm reading for the Ukraine because we spent billions on it, and Russia is an adversary, sort of. Yeah. But I understand why Russia was upset and decided to invade. Yeah, totally. I mean, I get it. Yeah, I mean, I understand their argument, and you can absolutely like not agree with them doing it and still totally understand why they did it. Yeah, rooting for Ukraine. We spent billions on it. I mean, that is a good reason to root for it. Like, hey, let's get our money's worth. Everything is just for money and resources, and most of the politics seems to just be excuses. But I still sit here and try to decipher who's in the right. I mean, it's not a worthless endeavor to try to figure out who's in the right. Because eventually, well, maybe not, but you think like eventually you might be in a position to make a determination that actually makes a difference one way or the other. So I don't see it as a completely worthless endeavor. And then of course it is also just like, intellectually interesting to be going through this. Just in terms of like, you're just looking through the philosophy of it, and then the philosophy of it lines up to some real world stuff. But you can kind of get lost in both sides of it. You can go too far down the realistic view, like the totally pragmatic thing, and totally ignore the philosophical underpinnings. And you can also go like, totally hypothetical, theoretical, and be like, okay, well, in that case, well, what do we care about the real people that are there? And it's like, there's probably somewhere in the middle that's better, best. But, if somebody finds it, it's kind of buried beneath all the, other people saying all kinds of different stuff.
Like, this is not some sci-fi nonsense. This is not some Orwell stuff. Like, no, this is our real world. Like, this is in the Chinese system, right? Like, when you have the credit score, the credit score, right? You get low credit score, all of a sudden, like, a lot of perks, traveling, all of this shit gets denied. Like, there are many journalists in China that are complaining about this. It's like, look, I can't travel anymore. I can't open a bank account. This happened in the UK with Nigel Farage, like because of stuff that he said on social platforms. Service, like, allegedly they're separate entities, and what's allowed on a platform may not be allowed on other. What's enforced on a platform may not be enforced on other, right? So, like, you kind of get to pick and choose. You don't need to use all of them at the end of the day to have, like, a normal life in society. Like, for instance, you can have a normal life without Facebook. You can have a normal life without Twitter. You can't have a normal life without any social media presence, because when you try to get employed, the HR lady is going to look, it's like, wait, why don't you have a social media presence, right?
I've gone from being raised Democrat to not caring to being sure I'm a Republican. Now I'm not sure of anything, and I think all our politicians are bought and paid for. I mean, probably not all of them. There's probably some that are, in it for real stuff. Because when you say all politicians, that means everybody. That means, like, even your local mayor, your local congressman, whatever. That's probably not true. And to be honest, most of those local people, your local school board official, whatever, they're going to have way more actual effect on your day-to-day life than the president. The president might have, a big kind of all-encompassing influence on stuff, and down the line might have some real aspect in your day-to-day. But yeah, like, I mean, the local people are probably, because there's less to gain from being that politician, they're probably not worth buying. And they are going to have more impact on your day-to-day life than, your, some House of Representatives guy. But are most of those people in super high positions bought and paid for? They're at the very least super highly influenced. And I also would say they're usually also super highly stupid. They're not really capable of doing, like, the heavy mental lifting of these things. They're good at being charismatic and getting elected. That's why they're politicians in super high positions. And they generally just take positions that people that are probably smarter than them, or at the very least, they seem to be smarter than them, tell them to take. So there's not necessarily as much of a, like, real granular, this company is pulling, like, all these companies are, like, straight up pulling the strings of politicians. It's more like a weird influence peddling, blind leading the blind kind of scenario, which is why you get into these weird situations of, like, nobody tackling, like, really significant, serious issues, because the significant, serious issues are unsexy and really, like, hard and complicated, where it's like, okay, like, national debt, like, that's a real big, serious, legitimate issue. Who's actually talking about it in a way that they want to deal with it? Like, one guy, Thomas Massey, right? And I don't really think he's bought and paid for. But, he's one guy out of, hundreds of people on the Hill. He's the only person who seems to, like, have a real grasp on the issue and what it could mean and what we should maybe even do about it. Um, but it's a big deal. It's just kind of a weird scenario. But I mean, yeah, I say all this to basically just, don't be blackpilled. Don't be blackpilled about this. I actually think Trump might have been an exception in 2016 and the whole system was against him. I think that changed after his first term, or he fooled me the whole way. Hard to say. I mean, was he an exception in 2016? I do think that probably in both terms, because he was such a weird outside contender, he was probably not super bought and paid for. The other issue is that, 2016 Trump doesn't really know how to govern and therefore doesn't get a lot done and puts a lot of people in power and in positions that he probably shouldn't have. But again, he's kind of taking advice from the wrong people. And again, it's the blind leading the blind type thing. So I think 2024 Trump has a better idea on it, but he's also actually trying to probably do stuff. So he's working like a politician where he is trying to build consensus. He's trying to build, a coalition of people. And to do that with the system we've got and the entrenched powers that we've got, that means kind of scaling down the degree to which he might be hurting the interests of various people. Because if you go against everybody, the US system is not set up for someone to be able to unilaterally make huge giant changes. It's just not that. It's set up very much so against that. Because that was the whole idea of the Constitution, was we don't want a king, and therefore, even though the executive branch has probably pretty close to more power than it's ever had before, it still is limited. It still does have the checks and balances, which is a good thing. But it does mean that when you have someone in who wants to make change, they're still stymied, even if the change is for the good. They still don't have, at least as quickly as they would like to. I mean, we're still early in that, so I do wonder where we're gonna get from that. But I'm optimistic. We'll see how it goes, and I think the big crises that have come up have not, panned out. So that those are good road signs to look at.
But the way the system works right now is not perfect, but it's workable, right? But the way the system could work, you goof in one of these things, and you goofed in all. And the interesting thing, if you notice, let's say you do a crime, right? Let's say you rob someone. Well, you're going to go to jail, right? You go in front of a judge. The person brings evidence against you. You have a right to defend yourself. And then you get sentenced. And you get sentenced for a couple of years, right? And then when you come out, you're considered a rehabilitated person. Sure, you got a criminal record, right? It's not perfect, but theoretically speaking, you can still...
Yeah, still overall good, but starting to head the other way. Yeah, I do like a lot of what Trump has done in his term so far, but he completely hitting a 180 on no war. Yeah, I can end these wars in a day, and releasing the Epstein list is starting to be not what I voted for. I do understand that. I mean, would you like me to let you listen to video and stop spamming you with questions? No. I'm just I'm cool with it. The whole reason I was doing these videos today instead of doing Uma Musume or whatever was just I didn't want to be talking for 4 hours straight, so I've already hit that mark. You're good to keep chatting. I don't mind it at all. But yeah, I mean, the Epstein stuff is really weird with Trump. I think he's just handled it so incredibly stupidly. Because the things that are saying, the way in which he's talking about it does make him seem like he's got something to hide. It's dude, you should have just shut up and been like, no, she's dealing with it. I told her to do this kind of stuff, which is true. He did say yeah, no, she's authorized to release everything. it's out of my hands. I'm not dealing with this anymore. And of course, we do need to remember that, like, when he first made these statements, it was right after the Texas floods, and he's doing this kind of stuff. And he is like a sort of thin-skinned kind of guy. So like, if people are talking about something that he doesn't want to talk about, like, he's got very specific goals, like, hey, I'm doing such a great job with the Texas rescue issues and the FEMA and then blah 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 blah. If somebody tries to pivot to something else, if it gets any traction, he gets pissed super easily, which is not great. It's not a good look, but it does also mean that a lot of times he'll put his foot in his mouth and then do something like this, in which I think he also kind of like underestimated the amount that people are like interested in the Epstein stuff. Because again, it's been years since it happened. There's not been a constant circulating like Epstein. Like, there's not been a constant nonstop fervor for the stuff to be released. It was big and then it died down. And now it's kicked back up again because looks like, Trump's got something to hide. I mean, I've seen a couple of videos, a couple like takes on it, which are basically like, yeah, no, like they actually just straight up don't have anything. And therefore, like, the reason why people were hyping this up was because they were just duped, like a Benny Johnson or whoever, we're just like, this is part one, man. And it's like, that was actually all we had. Oh, I look stupid. I mean, it's like, shut up. Don't even talk about this Epstein stuff. This Epstein stuff is like, like they just maybe didn't have anything. And I mean, because here's the other side of this where if there was a cover up, I think that, like, didn't Biden Democrats have the DOJ for 4 years? Couldn't they have just like shredded any and all the papers? Like, if there were records, couldn't they have just like gotten rid of them when they were like, oh, hey, Trump's coming in, Trump's saying he's going to be releasing all of these things. If we want to cover this up, we should just get rid of all this stuff. So we're just going to get rid of all this stuff. Like, yeah. Yeah, I think the left didn't care so much about the Epstein stuff, and the right was convinced the left wouldn't release it, but Trump will. Now him being so weird has both sides like, okay, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, for sure. You can't go from, we have thousands of videos and all kinds of evidence on my desk to, there's nothing to see here. Yeah, no, completely. And I think that is just this like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there is some stuff to be had here. I think this is like, it's one of those perfect things, which is like, unfortunately, the conspiratorial aspect of it is so intriguing and is such a good story that it's almost impossible at this point to like debunk it. Like, okay, hey, we released all of the footage of like the Epstein like jail cell, but there's a minute missing. Okay, is a minute really enough time for someone to like get in and out? Because I mean, like, ostensibly, if somebody was going to come in to do something to him, he's got to enter, do it, and then leave. Can you do that in a minute? I don't know if you can do that in a minute. Maybe it's more than a minute, but I've always heard a minute. Okay, so then, well, maybe a minute's missing, but it was just him leaving. Okay, well then, don't we have like records of people that are in there? Couldn't we look at that kind of stuff? Well, all right, and then you find all that stuff, and all of that stuff's like, good. So then nobody was in there that left. Everybody's, recorded. Okay, that's fine. But or maybe there's like a secret entrance. Maybe there's like some secret thing that's like, okay, well, so then we release the full thing. Like, we found that extra minute. We have the full video footage. There's nobody coming in or out. Okay, well, that doesn't mean that there's not, some way for somebody to get in outside. Like maybe there's some secret thing, and that's how they came in and out. And it's just like there's always a way to make it a conspiracy. There's like you can't prove a negative. You can't prove it's not a conspiracy. So there's always going to be that aspect of, you know, we can always invent some way in which, you know, the conspiratorial aspects of it are the truth. Now, that being said, I do think the whole aspect of like, again, Trump saying all of these things, like one way or the other, somebody's bullshitting, you know, one way or the other. Like either they didn't have anything and they way overpromised, and then when they looked into it, they were like, "Oh crap, we can't find anything." Now again, maybe that's, you know, whoever was cleaned house really well and got rid of all of that stuff. That's a possibility, you know, and maybe there's, you know, other issues of like, you know, intelligence agencies involved or whatever. I mean, who knows? I don't know. That, you know, don't want people involved in this. Who knows? And then you can always go down the line of like, well, maybe, you know, Trump was involved with this. Yeah, like Mossad is known for honeypot operations. This is the biggest honeypot operation ever. Yeah, that's a possibility. And then there's also the possibility that like, and I was just thinking about this earlier, which is like, we're all thinking of like the most horrible, salacious version of the Epstein stuff, of like these people are blackmailed and like they all deserve like a firing squad, you know, because they're doing horrible, heinous stuff with like kids. And it's like, okay, but also it could have been like, we've got, you know, politicians on camera with like a 17-year-old, you know, and they're being blackmailed for that. And you go, okay, obviously, like, let's say all that came out. We would still be like, all right, those people should be fired and all that kind of stuff. But we would be way less, you know, fired up about it, as opposed to like, yeah, this was like a group of like children being trafficked. It's like, no. These were like, you know, 16 or 17-year-olds. Horrible, horrible, horrible. True. But like, you're not like, it's not like Jimmy Savile type stuff. It's just like, oh, this person screwed up and cheated on their wife with someone who's, you know, underage, but, you know, not that crazy. I mean, it's just like a weird, yeah. And then you go like, all right, well, do we want to blow up our relationships with, you know, all of these different people for that? I mean, who knows, man? I mean, it's just a really weird situation. But again, Trump handled it like a dumbass, 100%. There's no doubt about that. Absolutely, he did. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know where we're at on this. And I will say, yeah, again, the sort of like the war stuff that is going on. I will say, like the No New Wars, I guess the Iran thing was like the biggest close call that we had, but it wasn't even, I mean, I think that got played up more than it actually was. Like, Iran retaliates, and it's like, well, they retaliated in a way that was like so half-hearted, because they literally like called up and were like, hey, we're gonna blow up this thing. Can you get everybody out by like 12? I don't think we can do it by 12. How about like 2? Yeah, we could probably do it by 2. Okay, well, like 2:30, we're gonna hit it then. Yeah, okay, cool, Iran. We got it. All right, let's start getting these people out. Did anything like bad get blown? No, that's cool. Like, oh, okay. So they were just doing that to placate their people that are like super interested in making sure that they have a strong, virile government, as opposed to one that could get slapped around. And yeah, I mean, that didn't go anywhere, which is again like more proof to this. Like, all of these issues, like, I mean, if there's any like people that like hate each other more than Israel and Iran, it would be hard to find them in modern politics. and they're both blowing, stuff up, and there's no war, like there's a proxy war, but there's no real war. Yeah, the Iran thing was weird as hell. It was like Israel was our child we were trying to appease. Yeah. And I mean, the whole Israel thing is like really weird to me. Just in terms of like how we view, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's like a lot of weird stuff going on there, especially with like the amount of people now that are just like super anti-Israel, and then also there's now like a huge contingent of people that are like super pro Israel. I've always been like, I mean, I don't really care. I just think I missed a few comments. Entirely possible. Did I miss a few comments? Maybe. Missed a few comments. It's entirely possible. My chat is like, I'm literally using like a phone to try to do this, so I have no idea. And especially if there's any like, could have been wrong, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just using like a weird chat thing. This is like, again, third stream, so we're really trying to iron out the kinks on this. So I mean, I appreciate the chatting, to be perfectly honest, just to test it, if nothing else. I need to make sure that I can actually see like raids and if someone makes a donation or something like that. Hey man, hey John Sampson, how you doing? I'm doing all right. How you doing? Doing okay. Enjoying my weekend, I suppose. All right, let me see.
Be better off than a person that's punished by this system. Because
glad to see streaming. I love talking politics and world affairs, and not many people enjoy it. I don't know about that, man. I think a lot of people enjoy it.
The moment you get
I think most people are. I think that's their new hobby, is like politics and stuff. But yeah, I guess most of them are on Twitch, probably, right? But yeah, I like seeing it. And I do have to figure out whether or not we're going to continue in this vein, or if I am going to try to actually just like stream video games and stuff, which is what I was doing for the past 2 days. But I feel like this is going better. But who knows?
get zooked, it's for life.
Nobody in my life enjoys when I start talking politics. Okay. Yes. On the internet. On the internet is what I was talking about. You are correct. In real life, no one enjoys talking politics. It is not a good thing, which I will say is a good thing. It is a good thing that people in real life do not like talking about politics, because it usually does not end well, because people, they just make it into a huge argument. So yeah, like if your Thanksgiving can go better because everyone is uninterested in politics, that is a good thing rather than a bad thing. But if you like, talking about it on the internets, that's cool. That's your time, man. Do what you do. And I don't think it's, unimportant. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. All right. Is the digital IB that bad? I think it's bad. Let me see if there's one other video I was looking at here. Let's see. We got about 30 minutes left. I don't want to go crazy trying to do a new video. I want to look at this a little bit. Just a minute.
Variety made their ranking of the Marvel Cinematic Universe shows and movies.
Yeah. So it is funny that the last two things that I was looking at were all politics. The stuff before that, it's like more variety bullcrap. which I don't know. I'm trying to figure out which I like talking about more, because I feel like I should niche down and be very specific and say, all right, I'm going to be doing whatever, like nerd culture, that type of stuff. So like video games, comic books, movies, that kind of jazz, or do politics and these things. I think politics is like, I don't know. It's a weird confluence where it's like I get burnt out on politics. I generally speaking, like if I go through a period of time where I'm like being a news junkie, I'm watching, news channels and news shows all the time, I get burnt out. I really do. Then usually I'll come back when I see somebody who's like doing good stuff, has like takes that make sense, seem to be well reasoned, well argued, and agree with me, to be honest, because I think I'm right. Then I'm like, oh, I'm back into it. I love it. But I will say, I think like general philosophy stuff is also very, I don't know what to say, easy to talk about, but it's like easy to get me fired up on. But I don't think there's as much of that because politics, there's always new stuff to talk about. There's always new stuff to talk about in terms of, hey, this guy did this thing. There's always news. And therefore, you can always give like a new opinion. Even if it's the same opinion, it's new because the subjects are different. The opposite of that is like philosophy. There's almost never new topics in philosophy unless you're relating them to specific real world events. Pretty much all of that stuff's been talked about before. So I feel like that's kind of, it's not a dry well for me because I haven't, gotten into it at all, but it eventually becomes a dry well. And therefore I don't necessarily want to focus on it too much, even though I do like it and I do get fired up by it. The other side is, the culture work kind of stuff, which is, I think, probably sort of my best bet, even though it's the thing that I'm most like out of practice with, because the current culture of like movies and TVs and comics and all these types of things is crap. Like they're not good. Again, like, I made a video about Superman. I liked Superman. I was not blown away by Superman. I liked it. It was good. You should go see it, I guess. But I was not so enthused by it that I was leaving the movie theater going like, oh my God, that was amazing. I want to go see it again. I'm going to think about this for days, for weeks, for years, for months. No, it was there and gone. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was fine. It was good. The thing that I liked about it and thought about it was, I wonder what they're going to do with the world building of the DC universe. And that really only exists in my mind. That's not in the movie, really. So my mind made a more compelling movie universe than the movie did. That'll probably change as they release more stuff, if it's good, but that's been the highlight. I haven't seen Fantastic Four yet. I heard it's really good. Maybe that'll do something, but again, that exists in this horrible, like, abortion of a universe, which is the MCU post Endgame. It's just like, all right, you can put icing on a turd. It's like, oh, there's a beautiful, delicious cake, and it was crafted by master artisans, and it's beautiful and it's incredible. And then we took, a big steaming crap on top of it, and then we were like, oh, okay, well that kind of ruins the cake underneath it. And it's like, well, it does. Depends on who you are. You could scrape it off and be like, yeah, you know what? I can just enjoy the cake underneath. And you know what? You get to it early enough. That's kind of true. But if then you go, all right, well, now we're just going to put more icing on top of it and we're going to keep going. You go, nah, man, I'm not, you're not fooling me. There's still that crap underneath there. You're not, yeah. It's still there, still bad. Not going to do it. The icing's good. Cake underneath is good. That big pile of crap there is kind of a problem for me, though. kind of destroys the integrity of the whole thing. So that's a problem. And I don't know where they're going to go from here. Obviously, they're trying to build up the, I don't know, like the reboot, which does also make not really a ton of sense for me. Obviously, they have to do it. They have to do it. But it is to this point where I'm like, we're so apathetic towards Marvel. DC has a better chance of succeeding because we don't care about it. It has, like, it's never had success. It's never had traction. So it's never really lived in our heads, you know? Like, Man of Steel sucked. Batman v Superman sucked. Everything sucked other than the animated stuff. So it's not really like, it's not a part of our lives. We don't have any emotional attachment to it. So DC wants to start over and do, you know, oh, this is a new slate. This is a new universe. This is a new thing. Cool, we're into it. We had no attachment to the other stuff. We can ignore it. MCU wants to reboot. Dude, we kind of love that stuff. We kind of really enjoy that stuff. So getting rid of it all, even though there is that big layer of crap there, you're also throwing out the good stuff that we liked. I really hope you do a good job then, and we're really going to be way harder on you because you are throwing that stuff out. So I really hope you do a good job here. But at this point, I'm apathetic. I'm burned out. I don't know, man. How are you going to do on this? I don't know. But yeah, I guess we'll be looking at, like, I'm going to try to make videos out of these streams, and we'll see how they do. If there's one specific, like, genre or theme that people super duper like, then I will just focus on that. To be perfectly honest, that's an easy thing. Or, you know, if anybody in the chat wants to suggest specific things and say, hey, you got a good opinion on this, do that. I'll take it under advisement.
Worst to best.
This list ever.
Okay, let's see how many people there is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus me. 11's 11's the winner.
Including TV, eh?
Yeah, yes, including shows and
there's
movies.
54.
I respect that. I
That is
respect that
hard
as a
to
54.
argue with. Yeah, hard to argue with.
Secret
that.
We're up to a good start, Variety. We're up to
It's kind of shit. Yeah.
For those who watched it, that was really fucking bad. Oh my god.
Nobody watched that though. Secret Invasion.
Immigration allegories, trans allegories. It was fucking awful. And then they created basically Khaleesi's a super scroll, and she can probably defeat Galactus at this point. You know, if
The worst bit for me is where the villain said, if I caused the apocalypse, it's your fault because you lied to me when I was 9.
Yep.
That is the...
That's it.
Justification.
Rhodey was a female scroll. A female scroll. And then...
Oh my god, spoilers. I was really looking forward to watching Secret Invasion. Nerdrotic, why did you do this to me?
Nick...
Oh my god, okay. I understand now why they're saying worst list ever. 53, right, slightly better than Secret Invasion is Thor the Dark World. Bro, come on.
Series married to a scroll.
Rage immediately. Okay, I might even literally need to not do this. I need to pick a shorter video. We're only going to be doing this for another 25 more minutes. I'm trying to stay super tight. Super tight on my timing. Nah. Whatever.
Thor the Dark World is not number 50.
No,
there we go.
That's wild.
Fuck
that is
you.
Bullshit.
No.
Madness, Ironheart, and then rating it lower than these.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Back in the day, Thor the Dark World was considered like one of the worst MCU things when it was like for the first 2 phases.
Really?
Now it's like a fucking masterpiece.
It is
experience.
Way better than what we've been getting, that's for sure.
Okay.
Thor Dark World is better than Ant-Man Comumania.
Yes.
course.
Way better, hands down.
I would say like Multiverse of Madness is worse than Quantumania. Like, fuck.
I mean, again, like, look, dude, when you're ranking 50 things, I don't think you can rank them like this in numbered order. There's no way you're going to be able to get them in. You can do like a tier list. Okay. Is Quantumania in the crappest tier. Probably, yeah. Secret Invasion in the crappiest tier list, yeah. Is Thor: The Dark World in the crap? No. Again, like, I mean, a lot of that is going to be vibes. A lot of that is going to be like, hey man, Thor: The Dark World as a movie maybe is not that great, but the vibes are still original MCU, and therefore it slaps.
What have Variety got against black people?
I don't know.
Black people in it.
Oh,
Moon
yes.
Knight.
Okay. It's one of their biggest fuck ups.
All right.
Absolutely huge fuck up.
I haven't seen the Marvels
I don't think anyone
yet.
cared
That
about
makes me
this.
concerned.
Yeah, Moon Knight's better than the Marvels. Thor: Love and Thunder. That belongs. All right.
That is the worst. I'll be honest, Thor: Love and Thunder is my bottomest of bottom tier. I would watch She-Hulk before I watched Thor: Love and Thunder again. No joke. Happily. Holy crap, happily.
They put fucking The Dark World behind
So bad. Unwatchable.
Jeremy, I just watched Dark World, and it's more earnest. It's better written. They would kill for a movie like Dark World now.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize that I wasn't a fan of Thor: The Dark World when it first came out, but it's like time has been kind compared to all the other shit that the MCU has done.
Taika Waititi.
Oh, fuck.
All right.
You got the Marvel.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is wild.
That's so bad.
This is retarded.
We're just gonna watch this all the way through, and I'll talk over it. I'm not gonna pause at all.
That's why the fuck they put that
Yeah.
there. Fuck you, dude.
Which is a great movie too.
It is a great movie.
These are so good. Oh my god, this is just rage. This is rage bait. This is rage bait. This is not real.
For those of you listening on Spotify, Iron Man 2 is at 48.
This is not real.
This
is not real.
Below Ironheart.
Fucking crap. It's because Elon Musk is in it. It's because
That is true. Elon Musk is in it.
Okay, so we now have 47, which is Echo.
Echo's better.
Echo is not better than Iron Man 2. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god, these are fun.
We all just go.
Variety knows what it's doing. They are not doing this for real.
I don't believe Echo is better than Iron Man 2.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Holy crap.
46.
They went off the reservation on that
Eternals
one.
is better.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
The Eternals is better than Iron Man 2 and Thor: Dark World.
It's the movie that most people have not even seen.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, exactly.
God, it's
How
so
many
bad.
lives did Iron Man 2 save? Thank you very much.
You can't put a
Such
number.
a bad movie.
series.
Yeah,
More Jesus Christ back there.
So yeah, the Eternals, which saved lives by people not getting in their car and not going to the theater. So that's how it saved lives.
That is true.
45.
Racist.
Better than Iron Man 2.
Oh.
Is racist. It's Captain African American, or as Jeremy likes to say, Captain America Black New World, which is the best title, to be honest with you. Is that 45?
Yeah.
By the way, that's also Trump's. Trump was president 45, so you know.
Right.
Whatever.
I feel like they put a list of really like the actual worst things, and then decided we got to sprinkle in some actual good stuff to make it look, you know.
Yeah, they did it to cover their ass.
We got to sprinkle in a little bit of salt.
Stop right here. Stop right
Yeah.
here.
Well, but the thing was, is like Thor: The Dark World and Iron Man 2 were considered not great in the early phases of the MCU.
I mean, I
Compared to
guess no one
now,
cares.
There's no way they deserve to be that low.
No one cares,
Eccleston,
dude.
like mailed in his role and wasn't quiet about it. And you know what? He was still better than most performances that we've had in the last 5 years in Marvel. So the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which was praised, totally praised by Variety, by all of the Access media, the most hateful thing Marvel has ever created. Maybe outside Ironheart, but the most racist, hateful thing they've ever fucking created. And now all of a sudden it's down at 44.
Kind of tough to argue
It's
that.
weird
Yeah.
how time changes things.
I don't understand the fucking metrics on this list. It makes no goddamn sense.
It makes more sense when you're like, okay, no,
What
the actual
metrics,
bad stuff
dude?
is there, and then they're like,
Dude,
oh, let's just
come
throw a
on.
Hulk. Let's
There's
just throw
no
this.
metrics.
Yeah,
I thought What If was beloved. I thought What If was great.
What if?
Shit.
I do think What If is better than a lot of the modern movies.
What if could have been so good if they actually had done some of the comic stuff, but they made it
MCU, and it was mostly what if a girl did this and what if a girl did that.
Yeah.
Firing that gun without pulling the trigger. What's going on here?
I like the Doctor Strange though, where he went around the universe, he's just basically eating demons and consuming their powers and turning evil. That was cool.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my god. This is rage bait. This is 100% rage bait.
So at 40, for those of you listening at home, 42 is Avengers Age of Ultron, which is again below Ironheart and below the Marvels, below Shang-Chi, below Doctor Strange Mom, like
WandaVision,
Wakanda Forever, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk.
Good lord. I love that he can just list off terrible Marvel projects ad nauseum.
This is one of the better things they put on D+, is Werewolf by Night.
It's okay.
I actually heard this was good. I haven't seen
fine. It's fine. It should be.
It's not great.
It's not better than Avengers Age of Ultron, but it's better than all the D+ shows, except for X-Men 97.
And he's gonna try like, oh my god.
Okay.
This is rage. This is bait. This is bait, everyone. No. What's your top 5?
What's a retard's do?
Phase 1.
Number one's got to be Iron Man.
Years ahead of most of Marvel,
It has to
including
be.
the very
Number one
underrated
has to be
Thor.
Iron Man.
Thor is fucking great.
So Thor 1 is really good.
Yep. Great performances.
Kenneth Branagh does it.
Dude, Anthony Hopkins like fucking sells it as Odin.
yeah.
He is so
The
good.
rest,
It should
I
be
don't
in
think I
the
can
top
rank.
10. It should absolutely be in the top 10. So right now it's at 40.
Yeah, every movie from Iron Man
It's
Endgame,
below
I agree.
Hulk.
To be perfectly honest,
It's
I
below
agree.
Marvels, it's below
Yeah.
Ironheart.
Ant-Man is kind of like the one. Ant-Man, even Ant-Man's kind of. Ant-Man and the Wasp is a little.
It gives a bit of the reason. It says
It's a little
given its
rough,
artificial looking
but it's
visual
not that
effects-
bad.
No, go.
And
go
then,
ahead.
like Captain Marvel, like the worst is Captain Marvel, Iron Man 3, and then
ultimately
Black
pales
Panther.
in comparison to the movies to
Iron
come,
Man 3, I
which
just have a
then
problem
leads
with
to
because
She-Hulk.
the story writing is really bad.
Visual effects, visual effects, and then it goes to She-Hulk.
Yeah, it had that great story and character progression, but the visual effects brought it down. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and this
There was
visual
a
effects
shield
is
that
so much
looked like
better.
PlayStation 2 graphics.
I know.
You see that booty shake though? Come on.
I'd
that
be
was
like
clapping.
Iron Man, Captain America,
Hulk is 39, that
Avengers,
is much too high. in my
Infinity
opinion.
War,
It's
Endgame.
a contender for one
Yeah,
of
it's
the
five.
worst things Marvel has ever made.
Those are probably my top 5.
Ant-Man and the
Not in any
Wasp,
specific
not
order.
great. 38. I think this is actually accurate, but it shouldn't be below the Marvels.
I hated Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Damn. Throwing tons of shade at the new game.
It's not better than Thor. It's not better than
That's
Dark
the issue
World.
with this list. Is like,
Yeah.
even though
It's better than the Marvels.
I
It's
wanna
better
fist
than
fight whoever
Multiverse
loses.
Madness. It's better than Ironheart.
We
Like,
should do a whole episode where you just do a tier list of
Yeah,
We should.
that's what you need to do.
We should.
This is triggering
They
my
could,
low
they,
F
you
rate.
can't rank them like this numerically.
where's the Marvels?
I'm about to start a riot, dude.
You just
So,
can't.
so they're saying the Marvels is better than Fantastic Four. Oh my god, dude!
Black Widow.
Fantastic Four is better than Black Widow. It is.
Yes.
It is
What do you
absolutely.
mean?
better
It's
than
not
Black
difficult.
Widow.
No question.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's
So
crazy.
36 Black Widow for the audio.
Yeah, move on.
Move
They
on.
just saw the word
35.
black. and it was like, just put it up higher.
Iron Man 3,
Okay.
yeah.
Come on.
How is
No.
Iron Man 3 above Iron Man 2? Just stop.
I mean, that's ridiculous, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of
I
Iron Man
like Iron
3.
Man 3, but every criticism is completely legit. Like,
don't-
Yeah.
that everyone has because
It's
it's, a
not-
good.
it's
It's a
not
good Shane
horrible,
Black
though.
movie. It's not a good Iron Man movie.
It's still better than anything Marvel's put out in the last 5 years.
Well, that's easy.
Absolutely.
Easy to do.
Where's the
All right, number 1, Infinity War,
muscles,
Civil War,
dude?
Endgame.
It's worse than the Marvels.
and they're
No.
already high and retarded.
Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy.
retarded.
Okay,
Thor
I think this is the
Ragnarok.
nicest thing I ever say about Captain Marvel. It's not worse than the Marvels.
Yeah, that's a good list.
COVID. This is
Infinity War, Civil War, yeah, Civil War's super good. Endgame's really good. Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm not as big. I like the third one. I think the third one. You know what? The second one.
By a singular.
I like the second one and the third one more than I like the first one of Guardians of the Galaxy.
The Black Girl Magic.
And Thor Ragnarok is really good. I do really like it. I'll be honest though, I think the soundtrack is the thing that puts it over the edge. You know, they went Zeppelin. You really can't top it.
Marvels, but 31.
Miss Marvel.
Ant-Man 31.
That seems a little low.
That's pretty
too
fucking
low.
low.
It's like a top 10, top 15.
I like Ant-Man.
No.
It's not bad. Like that's like a that's like a C tier, B
Edgar
tier.
Wright directing it would have made it better, but
Yes, 100%.
Oh my god. Bait.
better than Ant-Man.
We're getting baited so hard.
It's better than Thor.
So for those of you, listening at home, sorry, on Spotify, Ironheart is at 30, above Iron Man 2, above Iron Man 3, above Thor, above Ant-Man. Are you fucking kidding me,
dude? Get out of here.
Ant-Man the Wasp, even.
I know, but above Fantastic Four.
The third Guardians of the Galaxy was the best. The first one was just a unique moment for me. It was so different from the other Marvel movies I've seen. That's true. That's very fair.
Multiverse of Madness?
Very
Yeah,
fair.
that's the thing.
They put Multiverse higher.
The first Doctor Strange is pretty good.
Agatha hasn't even been listed yet.
Oh my god!
But they just said at the end of that they gave Ironheart bonus points for the fight in White Castle. Which was the comedy fight scene right at the end.
Setting a major fight sequence at White Castle.
Bonus points
God,
awarded
Harold.
for setting a major fight sequence.
For a bunch
Incredible.
of diverse women fighting in a fast food establishment because we've never seen that before.
We're getting a sense of
Oh
who
my
the fuck
God.
made this list. and what they're-
Garrett, you're missing a sound effect opportunity here. Thank you.
God, the telepathy here is impressive.
Way too low.
That is wild.
Get the fuck out of here.
Thunderbolts.
Not better than Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3.
I've been seeing a lot of clips for it though.
Thor.
I still can't believe they.
I haven't watched any
any
of them.
That's
I've seen
Thor
them.
should be in top
If I'm
10.
remembering
Thor
right,
should be in
Iron Man
top
3 is
10.
when Tony had to cook without the suit and had the army suits at the end. That's correct. You are correct. Yeah. Oh man.
I can't
By the way, I still need to go on record. I called it. The show's gonna suck.
It did.
The show's awful.
It did.
It was awful.
Boy, I can't be super specific, but I will say that a creator of one of the characters in the show did contact me and said they butchered my fucking character.
You should have said get in line.
Yeah,
they
so
butchered
sorry, brother. So sorry,
I'm
brother.
assuming that they're not putting the other Daredevil show or the Defenders or any of that stuff on here. Right? They're not counting that
I guess we.
as MCU.
They're probably going to go back. Agents of Shield.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Shit. It's like
Agents of Shield was good.
I liked Agents of Shield.
Yeah,
I did
Agents
like
of Shield
that
was
show.
good.
Even though
the space
Deathlock was
The last
Deathlock
like
was-
2 seasons.
I wish we had a better.
The last 2
I
seasons of
liked the
Agents of
character a
Shield,
lot
I
in
didn't
the comic
love.
books. Deathlock's one of my favorite characters, but other than that, I thought the show was fine, especially when it did kind of go with.
Then I liked Iron Man 3. Also, Thor Ragnarok had great combat scenes, solid plot, and insane soundtrack. Just Thor aura. Yeah, 100%, dude.
By far.
100%.
So much better built up to.
It was so
They
great.
somehow made Robbie Reyes tolerable.
But I think it's
for
just
a
going to be
second,
kind of like with the original Daredevil. Remember, they referred to the aftermath of the Battle of
They
New
did.
York.
It is
And
technically, yeah.
which was great. It led to this power vacuum where the criminal masterminds came in and started buying up property. It, like,
Yeah,
made
all
a
the
lot of
Netflix
sense.
stuff
I
is
think that's
definitely
how
set in the
future of
MCU,
the Marvel TV will be connected.
but it is
It'll be
not.
just street level. You got to
don't know
keep
if they're
the
gonna
galactic
include it in
stuff
this list.
separate from Daredevil. It just doesn't work.
They do their own stories, but they would reference the movies. And
It was cool. Like that was it was a really good like comic booky series.
Mike was right. There we go.
Started like shit, ended like shit.
This was
Interesting.
terrible.
The TikTok
Loved
love
Agents
at
of
the end.
Shield. That's part of what made me go back and catch up with the MCU and start following it.
I haven't seen
Yeah, I
this.
do think that when Agents of Shield diverged from the MCU, that's when it lost its magic for me.
That is
because it lost its grounding.
That's not good anatomy right there.
Yeah.
Well, this is the show where
Which was
everyone in
like
the
5th
background
season.
T-poses.
But yeah, super solid. I'm actually like kind of rewatching it.
What are you doing?
Doctor Strange bomb is at 25.
You know what though? To be honest, it did prove that maybe an Asian shouldn't be running.
Wong is still the Sorcerer Supreme. Let's not forget that the leader of Asgard is King Valkyrie, and the Sorcerer Supreme is Wong. It's Wong. Fucking dumb.
Who immediately, as soon as he had any pressure put on him, gave up the entire thing. He's like, I don't care, man. Just do it. Whatever. Fuck Wong, bro.
24.
I would put this much higher.
I put it
much higher.
I would.
I mean, that's just a better movie.
I loved Volume 3.
There's no doubt about it. Dude.
Above all this.
I know. So is is that the last one standing?
Get
no, there's
out of here,
another.
man.
I feel like there's something else.
One division still there.
Shang-Chi.
Holiday special.
The holiday special.
I love the holiday special.
Holiday special was, you know what? I mean, again, I think it's the best thing that they did on the
it should be higher
Disney
based on the
Plus.
fact that
It was the only thing that like felt like a Marvel thing.
22.
Far From Home is worse than Homecoming. I don't like Far From Home.
I don't like
Yeah,
either.
that's true.
I don't like it
I
enough.
barely even remember that fucking.
I really
Yeah.
barely remember it.
It was forgettable.
Like, it's a struggle to remember Homecoming
It
and
has
Far From Home.
Mysterio, dude. I love Mysterio. Mysterio's.
I like Homecoming. I like Homecoming.
I like Homecoming.
It's all right. It's better than Far From Home.
It's not the best, but
It is better than Far From Home. Far From Home's the worst.
Hawkeye's
Fuck right
way
off.
too high. Way too high.
Way too far.
They
has
messed up
one of the
firing
worst
James Gunn.
final episodes of any D plus show.
They
It's
did.
Like fucking. They're
But, I
on,
mean,
like,
they
ice
brought him
capades. It is
back, didn't they?
retarded. Hawkeye gets his ass kicked by Echo.
They
and
must have paid
Yelena
through the nose to do it
in
though,
one ep- and then
because they had to
Kate
break
Bishop
his
took a
contract
kingpin.
and
It's like, get
then
the fuck
hire him
off.
back.
That's fucked.
People don't remember it.
They
And,
got.
Haley
I hope
Steinfeld,
somebody like in
Seinfeld or
management got
whatever her name
fired
is,
for
she's
that.
hot. I get it. She's hot, and she's a better Kate Bishop in the show than that they ever displayed in the comic books ever. I will. I will give you
That's
that.
not difficult. Kate Bishop in the comics is hated.
Wakanda Forever.
No. He's with DC now. He made Suicide Squad. Now Super. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm aware. But I mean, I feel like they fired him.
People were in it.
They brought him back,
They started a race war
and then I
Mexicans
think
and
like
black people.
in the idea of like bringing him back,
Mike, a bunch of very wet Mexicans
he got
went and tried to get over a
he got
wall.
an offer for that stuff.
In a
Oh yeah, he's running
isolationist
DC's whole new
country.
DC. Oh yeah, yeah.
Instead, they went through
Him
the river.
and somebody else. It's like I forget his name, but there's one other guy who's like his co-head.
He wasn't Mexican, he was South American. I know, he was the
Defend that serpent god.
19.
Oh,
They
fuck
fired
this
him in
dude.
2019 for 10-year-old tweets. They sure did. Yeah, lose money on that. I mean, that was so much. That was so stupid. So dumb. They fired him in 2019.
All the Captain America films should be in the top 10. All the Captain America films should be in the top 10.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would agree with that.
Look
Top
at
10.
that. He's saying, look at my huge fucking cock.
Okay.
They put.
Oh my god.
This is bait. This whole thing's bait. It's all bait.
It's all
Yeah, I
bait.
told you.
It's all bait.
Told you,
There's no fucking
Garrett.
way.
There's
Garrett,
no
I was
person-
telling
is
you
there
that
anybody who actually thinks
years
Shang-Chi is
ago.
better than
This was
Captain America:
bait.
First Avenger.
That's 18. It's top 20.
This is insane.
How much did that
Bait.
movie?
Aquafina.
By the way,
Nothing.
the movie
my
didn't
God.
make its money back. Marvel took a huge loss. They tried to blame it on COVID. Unfortunately, this movie called No Way Home came out and did a couple billion at the box office and blew that narrative out of the water.
No.
Where's the COVID?
Oh no,
Deadpool, no.
no, I like it, but it's too high. This is
It was popular once.
It's better
I haven't
than
seen it
Agatha.
actually.
It's a popcorn with
Yeah,
something.
it's a throwaway
It's
popcorn
fun.
movie.
Okay.
Not the fucking-
It is weird because like it's definitely too high if it was our list, but
Yes,
it's
yeah.
probably gonna. There's gonna be things that are gonna be ranked ahead of this shit. They're gonna be like, what the fuck are we
Yeah.
All right. 16.
There we go. There it is. Bait, baby.
Dang it.
You are getting so baited. It's incredible.
I was hoping she'd be there a little higher.
Yo, Variety,
Oh
you
my
gotta
God.
fire your people, son. You gotta start over again.
Yeah. You need
They
to
are
hire
farming
some-
clicks
Lesbian,
all
sorry.
day.
Lesbian,
Whoever wrote
lesbian,
this
golden
is
lesbian
sipping
in the pool.
champagne
Oh my
out of
God.
caviar tins nonstop.
is still the Avengers.
Stop.
You are on
The
fucking
Avengers.
crack.
This is our okay. This should be 2, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying to make it
1 or 2.
Interesting.
It's bait. We're
I don't know if I'd put it at 1 or 2.
We are.
Very least.
But let's keep going. And they rank this down because it's directed by Joss Whedon.
I see it, but I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would do it.
Oh no! Fucking no! Not even Mahler would say
Like,
Homecoming is better than Avengers. I know you're listening, Mahler.
No, yeah, that's not true. For sure.
I know you're listening. No way.
13.
Captain America: Civil War should be higher. Should be fucking higher.
Yeah, higher. I agree.
This is top 5, but it's top 10, top 5.
Top 10, top. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Easily top 10.
It should. If it's not top 5, it's like number 6. Okay, like
Yeah.
I can't think. Of,
Depends on how we're viewing it. It's like, is it
13? All right.
Is it our feelings on it? Like the nostalgia
Here we go.
can factor in. Oh, yeah. That is a contender for number 1, dude. After making Guardians of the Galaxy and having writing credits for most MC movies up to that point, apparently he wrote plot to the Infinity Stones specifically for the MCU.
Sometimes, but
no.
Number one.
Really? I did not know that.
Top 5.
It's top 3, top 5,
definitely
top
not
3.
12.
But not 12. Okay.
I'm gonna start a riot. I'm gonna.
Bro. 11. What's 11?
Painting black people on walls.
I hope they're reading this on archive so they're not giving clicks, because this is like non-stop.
Are you fucking on crack?
This is crazy.
I mean, Volume 2, I understand. I don't think it should be as high.
Putting it ahead of Infinity War
college.
Fucking wild.
It should not be that high.
Bro.
I like it because of the ending is really
Here we
strong.
go.
Oh god.
The ending is super strong. Yeah, the Cat Stevens father and something. Oh my god. Hilarious. Hilarious. Oh my god.
You said that One Division's still here. Like, wait, why did?
Oh my gosh.
Loki was about
This is
female
hilarious.
Loki. It introduced Kang. And
we got Black Panther number 1 still.
well, the whole point of
Did
Loki.
they do Agatha finally?
The whole point of Loki was he wanted. The whole point of Loki is he wanted to fuck himself.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
And be kicked
I
in
mean,
the
it's
balls.
actually kind of based. Never
And be
mind.
kicked in the balls.
That is based. He's not.
Such an overrated,
Listen, if
overhyped show. and
If
the
I'm
fact
not a
that they
female
put this
version
on
of
the list
myself,
Dude, it's not a good show. It fucks the Marvel universe. And remember,
terrible, yeah.
because of Loki,
Agreed.
nothing that happened prior to Loki was anything other than Kang's plan, a villain that they were apparently done with before they got rid of Jonathan Majors, which is bullshit. But
I'm
still angry.
I didn't like Kang though. I hated their Kang. I will say that's the case. They like Loki ruined Kang.
Mauler told me I could
Absolutely
watch the
ruined it.
last episode and it all makes sense.
above Thor,
What? No.
It said it was the.
I don't
Honest
know.
with you, this isn't even the top 20 best Marvel films.
Yeah, no.
I actually think this
Yeah, I
movie
don't
is
know.
awful.
I think that ranks pretty high for me.
For normies, though,
I don't know if it
for
beats-
Normies, though, it was entertaining for a lot of them.
I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
like
I don't know if
that,
it
that
beats
they
out
have it,
Thor
not there.
or Thor 2, because I actually like both of those movies. Number 8, no.
I just want to let everybody know that we did a poll on Real BBC, and like we picked like the
gotta
top
be.
5, and Iron Man won.
Yeah.
For Avengers, Infinity War, Winter Soldier, Civil
respect
War.
that.
Iron
Yeah.
Man won.
It's a good argument.
Yeah.
Number one.
It's a very
It
good
is.
argument.
There's
I mean, it's
you
definitely
know,
a top 3 no
because
matter
it's the
what you
because it's
look
the
at it.
first,
You
it has
can't
so
say
much
that Iron Man's
extra
not a top 3
juice.
MCU movie. You just can't. You can't. Like
In terms of actual
Legacy,
movie, probably is not,
Watchmen.
but
Yep.
in terms of the impact of it,
Seven things
it could
are
easily be
better
number
than
1.
One of the okay, Iron Man's one of the best origin stories ever told.
I would agree with that.
Oh no, I like
entertaining
No Way Home, I like it.
Not a better movie.
I don't think it's top 10. I think it gets crowded out.
Shit my pants, bro. Oh my god.
Homecoming is better.
One Division's gonna be top 5. You fucking.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh.
You don't know what you sacrificed for.
What?
Okay, it was
I
good,
don't think
but
it
way
deserves to
too
be that
high.
high.
I didn't watch it.
It's not even the MCU. Why are they?
That's true. It's not.
that's not MCU, right?
That's not MCU.
No.
We're striking this
That's
from the
true.
record.
Yeah, it's the best D plus show, but it should.
So this is why they didn't have any of the Daredevil Defenders stuff.
It should be higher.
It'd be like top 3. I'd say top 3.
This means that WandaVision is ahead.
I think they forgot WandaVision.
Black Panther will be number 1.
Yeah, no. Black Panther's not
Black
that
Panther
great.
will be number 1.
Black Panther probably will be number 1.
They already did Shang-Chi.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Oh my god, this is impressive.
WandaVision.
Number 4. Oh my god. Bait.
I think this is a troll. I honestly now think
Yeah,
this is
it has to be. There's no doubt. There's no doubt this is a
They
troll.
wanted us to act
There's
like
no doubt.
even that.
Yes, nerds, get mad.
Yeah, 100%. It's 100%.
Make a video.
The only
Draw
thing-
people to an article.
The only thing that make this better is if they just put like Zack Snyder's Justice League at number 2.
No, it's gonna be dinosaurs.
Number 1.
Dinosaurs.
All right, top 3. Here we go. Top 3.
Yeah, number 1 is just a middle finger.
Guardians
of the
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
Guardians
Not
is
number
the top
3.
5.
Yeah,
Top
five. So they got
Not-
one right.
not-
So that
Really?
Black
You're gonna
Panther's gonna be number
all
1.
these people
and
agree it should be in the
Endgame.
top 5.
Bro.
Would not be in my top
Wow.
5.
Okay.
Black Panther 2. No.
Get out of here.
No. No way.
Endgame, it cannot be the no.
Endgame did not suck. I liked Endgame. Endgame was really good. The Fat Thor is super
I liked Endgame,
bad.
but it's not. It's no.
I don't like it.
I liked Endgame a lot.
Mid-tier Marvel.
Yeah, I can watch it fine, but it's not.
It's enjoyable.
not
It's
top
very
10.
enjoyable and satisfying, but it's not
It's
a
a
great.
cinematic
I think it's
event,
totally
not a
good. I think it's
event.
good.
It's like,
Other
yeah,
than Fat
that's a great
Thor,
nightcap. Thanks
it's
for,
actually
like, the
really
sloppy
good.
hand job at the end, but like,
Yeah, Infinity War is superior in every way to Endgame.
Not even a context.
like it's a dirty thing that
Whoa.
you did, and you just talk about it occasionally, but you don't like want to do it all the time.
It's like Avatar. You know, it's just like.
Avatar
sucks.
because
Avatar sucks.
That's why I said it's like Avatar. It sucks, but people
Avatar
Yeah.
it looks nice.
I kind of agree with that. I was never a big Avatar guy.
With trees and their horses.
Improve this movie.
and their horses and a whale.
And their horses.
The most offensive thing on this
They
list
spent a significant portion of the second movie of the guy trying to have sex with a whale.
the most offensive thing about
Wait a minute, is this true? I need to check this out.
Infinity War 12 and the first Avenger, I think 18 or 19 or
Yeah, it's
whatever the first
ridiculous.
Avenger
Utterly
was.
ridiculous.
Who wrote this? Who wrote this?
Avengers is
Yeah.
like number 12.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Avengers was 15. Avengers was 15.
It was a flock of retards.
There's not a
This is incredible. Clearly, that was all bait. Do not go to that. Go to archive.com and look it up if you want to do that. Do not give them clicks. This is absolutely bullcrap. They were not serious. They did not try to do this. Clearly, it was bait. All right, with that being said, time for me to go. I need to eat. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Good luck in all your endeavors.